Good morning, everyone, and a happy, what is it? It's September. Hello, Caleb. Hello, Joseph. There we go. Hello, Cat Peasant. How you doing? Did you have a good stream last night? Ah, good grief. This is going to be a long day. Okay. Let's hop into a little bit of the old programming, shall we? The old programming. Come on, road. There you go. I am insanely tired. I was up past midnight chatting with Dom. Gaming and chatting. And now I'm paying the price. You learned about abysmal IPv4 thing. What did you learn about IPv4? It's been so long since I learned anything new. Oh, that looks like it has the actual. Hello, Macabu. How are you? Hello, Armadan. How you doing? All good. I am so sore and tired. All of the that's nice, Macabu. No more. Did you resort to parsing? Parsing is good. Hell, Space Nerd. Are you like really into space? And is it like outer space or personal space? Sorry, I realize I don't have the tone of voice to make these terrible jokes because I just sound terrible. I have to keep the jokes to a minimum today. Yeah, parsing is more fun as well. Regex is just me. Hello, Pug. How you doing? It was good, Armadan. It was good, but I was up 2 hours past my bedtime, basically. Hello, Strange Loop. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Oh God, Armadan. Yeah, okay. So in my book, in the beginning of my programming career, I was constantly waiting for someone to figure out that I wasn't a good programmer and fire me. This is also known as the imposter syndrome, right? And this can last anywhere between 3 to 6 months and in varying degrees, right? You can have, stay put, there you go. You can have like light, barely noticeable imposter syndrome. It's when you it sort of pops into your head every now and then. And then you can have kind of severe imposter syndrome. But the thing is, it passes. Like I said, it can be like 3 to 6 months. You can have it for longer, but it passes or Yeah, it passes is what I was gonna say about them. And I can still get it today. I worked for a client doing something I normally don't do. And I was like, what if I'm terrible at this? I wasn't terrible. I was actually really good at it. But it can happen. It would happen today. If I went and work for a company, there is like, even as a consultant, I can suffer imposter syndrome, right? And it's not a, it's meant to end. I think you're doing really well where you are, Caleb. I don't think you have to worry about imposter syndrome. You did really well. I'm very proud of you, Caleb. I'm gonna feel very paternal right now. Oh, I'm very proud of you, what you did, and what you're doing, right? And I think that's very good. It's very good. You got a job. You were in a situation that you weren't happy with, and you found a solution to that situation, and you now have the freedom to move on in your programming career whenever you want to, right? Because you've been with that job long enough that you have the work experience, right? I'm very happy that you got there. Yeah, someone told me yesterday, Perkins. But I don't think people's personal lives are that interesting, I said, after just discussing Caleb's personal life. Oh, look, standards. And now we have 2 of them. We have double standards. Now, really what I meant, Perkins, is like these things are very stressful on people. And I don't think Graydon is the kind of person. He's not famous because he's an actor or content creator or some bullshit like that. He's well known because he wrote Rust. I don't think he wants to be in the spotlights about his divorce. If that's a thing, I haven't actually checked. I haven't checked it out. You could just be trolling me and making shit up, man. I don't know. Is there a worry about midterm and finals? Probably, Macabu. Hello, Etel. How you doing? Oh. Yeah, I think that might not be imposter syndrome in that case, Armadan. That might be something else, right? Well, okay. Let's break it down a little bit, Armadan. Okay. The thing is, what is it about this that you feel identified as imposter syndrome, right? What is the feeling, if you're okay talking about it, what is the feeling that is there? And is it like, do you feel like you're not good at the job, or do you feel like you don't deserve the job? Okay, so what you're describing is performance anxiety. Okay? That does not just happen in the bedroom when you try to sleep. And you try to sleep the best you ever could. I think that's very normal. Every time I sit down to record a video, I literally do forget everything, Macabu. I think just practice will get you past that. I think, in all honesty, though, I don't think that's imposter syndrome. I think that's a performance anxiety. And what we can do, which is what we do with most problems that we're facing, is we can start to take it apart and look at what it is before we do anything about it, right? Before you can solve a bug in programming, you need to know what the bug is, right? So is there any indication that your work is actually bad? Let's go with that. Is there any indication that your work is lousy? Do you do bad work? Let's ask that. If he's posting about it on Reddit, then yeah, he's opened the floodgates for that one himself, right? No, okay. All right. What is it that in your wildest imagination, right? What is it? Are you worried that someone's going to look at your work and say that it's bad? Or are you worried that someone's going to find all your work bad? Or are you worried that you are really bad, but you think you're good? Where's the concern here, right? Because there are many aspects of this thing. Okay, right. So here's the thing, Armadan. Okay, how do you know that if this actually happened? How do you know that the person who's doing it actually know what they're talking about? Are they just are you? Yeah, actually, I think that suffices for the question, right? How do you know that the person, this imaginary person, that is picking out this thing, how do you know that they're any good? How do you know that they're not just a random person off the street who knows nothing about programming, be like, oh yeah, this is bad, trying to make themselves look good, right? After 20 years, Armadan, I think that it's safe to say that people are pleased with your work. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there, right? It is not important what other people think about your code, okay? If it's working and people are okay working with you, I think you have earned a pat on the back and to say, you know what, this is all right. And if someone comes in and don't offer constructive criticism, but just starts picking away at your code, because people do this. Young people do this because they don't have the experience yet. Old people do this too, but I see this mostly with young people. And when I say I see this, remember that I'm a consultant bastard, right? I have been at many companies and I have met many people. So it's not like I met 2 people that did this, right? New hires, new companies. It's mostly young people who are insecure and they try to stand out and look good by saying that other people's stuff is bad, okay? And most skilled managers do not fall for this, okay? There's no one respects people who do this, and I will say this as well. You're not gaining any respect from doing this, right? So, I think, Armadan, for that to happen, okay, if someone who you've never met before, because your co-workers have been fine with you so far, if someone you've never met before comes up and says, oh, this code is terrible, you're doing this here, why are you wasting all this memory here, well, this is really inefficient, why are you doing this here, and why are you doing all that? The only thing you can say to that, well, you can walk into this room where all this is happening with all the managers and everything. The only thing you can say to is, okay, so what would you have done different? Because this is what we deemed to be the best solution at the time, given the circumstances. What would you have done different? And when you're alone with this person, you punch them in the kidneys and push them down the stairs. And don't do the last part. Well, Macabu, your words are the one that you won't be able to produce quality, and people say what happened. All you do is become a streamer when that happens. My software engineer career is 13 years, and after that I felt the same, but I know it's not imposter syndrome. No, it sounds like performance anxiety. It's subjective feeling because all my 13 years in working associated with code. So this is yeah. I've always chased money, not complex projects with strong technical leaders. And then it sounds like you've been very successful in your goal. I was always looking for the easy way out. Well, I mean, look, this is programming in a nutshell, okay? We all know the duct tape code that hides on the surface. I am a mediocre programmer. Okay, so I referred to myself as a mediocre programmer on stream, Tema. Okay, and I know there's some real rock star programmers out there who basically their entire identity is their programming skill. Okay, I know those people exist out there, and this is what I say to this. It is okay to be mediocre as long as you strive to be better. If you settle for mediocrity, then you will never improve, but you will also most likely fall behind, right? The last part is really important if it's a newcomer that tells you that. You cannot, I cannot stress this enough, right? People's insecurities sometimes leads to them slagging off someone else's work. They might not mean to do this, and I'm sure that I have done this myself, right? I'm not sitting here being amazing and never making any mistakes, right? Now, I don't try to look better by slagging off other people's work. That is a thought that I have. But it's unlikely that it will happen as well. All good, Armadon. So now the question is, Armadon, do you want to get rid of this feeling? Okay. Do you want to get rid of... What day is it? Do we have a calendar? It's Wednesday. Okay. Okay. Well, no, it's not, of course. It's not, of course, Armadon, because you say to someone, do you really want to be good at playing the guitar? Right? Do you want to be amazing at playing the guitar? And they go, yeah, of course I do. Okay, well, here's what you got to do for the next 12 hours every day for the next 2 years, okay? And then you outline how, smoke on the water, right? And that's when they realize how much or how little they actually want to be amazing at the guitar, right? So people want to have progress and achieve, but not everyone is willing to pay the price, okay? So what I would like you to do, Armadon, is I would like you to pay attention to this now. If you are able to, you can even write things down, right? I say able to, of course everyone can write things down. You're all capable of writing, but you have to get over a little hurdle in your brain to get a pen and paper out and start writing things down, right? I would like you to find out when this feeling happens. And what is it? What are the circumstances around this feeling? Okay. Because once you start to look at this thing, instead of trying to sweep it under the rug, the moment you feel this thing, you embrace it instead, right? And this can be a little bit scary. If you've ever had a panic attack or anxiety in general, you know that one of the initial reactions is to fight this thing. So you will try to fight the turmoil in your mind. And that's not a fight you will ever win, okay? So instead, you sit back and you just let it happen. You just let it pass, right? So when this thing happens, I want you to pay attention to what state you're in. What is it that triggered these feelings, these thoughts to happen? Did they just come by themselves? Were you listening to music? Were you sitting alone with your own thoughts for too long? Like, where did they come? Make a note of paying attention to this thing so it doesn't sneak up on you, right? And then I want you to ask the question, what does it matter? All right. What is the importance of this? Because it's just a feeling. A feeling cannot hurt you, right? And what would you actually do if this thing happened? All right. There is so in general, there's nothing bad about this, right? This is probably a very normal thing to think about, right? I think we all deal with this in one degree or other. As a streamer, yeah. I mean, I have to write algorithms and all kinds of things in front of people who are vastly better than me, who are pointing out. I have basically children in my chat who are pointing out my flaws and have better solutions, okay? Life can be humbling with these little brats around. All right. Hello, Axel. All right. Sorry. I am insanely tired and I'm making little sense. But yeah, the long and short of this, I don't think you have a real concern. Okay, I think you have an irrational concern, and why I think it's irrational is because you have not been fired for 20 years. But that might not be the outcome. That might not be the thing that you're worried about. Okay, this might not be a thing that leads to you getting sacked. It might be. It might lead to some other imaginary scenario that you don't like, right? But that hasn't happened yet, so I think you're fine. I think you're absolutely fine. Okay, should we do a little bit of programming on this thing? If I close my eyes and stop talking and I become very still, I might be dead. That's not where I was going with this thing, right? I'm just thinking and resting my eyes a bit then. Okay, so how can we do this? This is terrible. This is not good. This is not good. Before Rust, I was writing Python was the last language I wrote for a client. This music is really not helping with the not sleepy vibe. Right? Python for web dev, yeah. I did a lot of Django programming. Django is not a language, but I did a lot of Python programming with Django for a lot of clients, amongst other things. It went all right, Excel. And I think if I would have, oh my God, thank you so much, Phil. How are you doing? Thank you so much. It's actually just a backdrop now. I just put a backdrop in so I can have my video set and my backdrops all working at the same time. Probably a safe assumption. How you doing, Phil? Are you feeling better? Actually, Ruby syntax is somewhat an inspiration for some of Rust. I think someone said once. They might have been drunk or, not existed at all. I'm excited about most things. Mostly, yeah. I'm gonna go and get vaccinated soon again for MISC things. When you have a wife that works in a school and a child that goes to a school, you're basically I don't have a word for it, but a lot of illness comes through the house, right? What was I talking about again, right? Oh yes, the backend. Okay, so is this really the solution, right? So we have some code. And remember, the code quality doesn't improve. It just goes down, which is entirely untrue, but it sounds good to say. Mostly, it will just go down. And I don't want that, right? So we're going to make this better, not worse. And how do we do that? So we're gonna rename the widget cycle. This one does everything. No, well, before Python, I did Objective-C, and before that, I did C#, and before that, I did like Pascal and Delphi, and I programmed BASIC at one point, and programmed a little bit of PIC assembly. So I have explored many languages, so it wasn't coming to Rust from Python, but that's just me flexing, okay? It has nothing to do with anything. So there is the only thing you need, and this is not what you asked, right? I'm going to answer a question that no one asked anyway. The only thing you need to start learning Rust is determination. Determination and accepting that even if you've been a programmer for a long time, you aren't the best programmer in the universe, okay? You're not the gift of programming to mankind. You're just a person who is going to struggle with concepts of Rust just like everyone else, right? So how do you switch stack from simple Python Django to Rust? I simply could not take the world of web development anymore. It was like running a cheese grater over my brain every time I sat down with a client excitedly and have them outline just another CRUD application. And oh yeah, we want to be able to sign up and we want all this user data. And I'm like, oh my God, okay. And we want like this back office and we want to be able to like do a search here. And in my head, I'm kind of just sitting there and like, all right, social auth, Elasticsearch, oh my God, okay, Postgres, okay, Redis, okay, all right then. All right, JWT, okay, DRF, all right. Every single new client, we had a client to turn up and like, oh, we want to do this thing. We want like machine learning and all that stuff. And like one of the tasks was like, let's just churn out do some CSV processing. And I'm like, oh yeah, let's do it, man. I wrote 2 implementations, one in Python, one in Rust. And I turn up with the Rust implementation and I'll be like, look how much this thing just blows everything else out of the water, right? We can save these people so much money and everything. And in the end, they're like, no, we just want to do Python here and don't want to do Rust. And on top of that, we're not going to get this client for some reason. I'm like, oh, come on, man. Why don't you go and work on maintaining it? And I was like, no, I can't do this anymore. I contacted my client and I said, I am really unhappy with the work I'm doing here. I don't want to work here because I don't feel like I'm putting in the effort that this company deserves. And then I walked away. CRUD is boring. And there's like a lot of things that I never did in my programming journey. For one thing, I didn't have to care about the stack and the heap for the longest. Technically, I still don't have to care about it, but I didn't have to care about it for many years because I was programming in a lot of languages where that didn't matter. What else did I not have to do? So in Pick Micro Assembly, there was no stack and no heap, okay? You just had radiuses and some gunky memory with like 1 byte of memory to work with it. I don't work as a consultant anymore, though, Armadan. I think I still have my consultancy, but I think it's time to just admit that I am no longer a consultant. I haven't had a consulting job for, I don't know, like 6 months or more. How much penetration of AI have you seen in the last couple of years in the shops you worked in? So AI is really new still. So and I said this to the stream at one point when this thing was gaining a lot of traction. I said, if you want to start a business today and become successful, just start a business whose sole purpose is to integrate AI into existing products. And lo and behold, that is now possibly a saturated market, right? It would have been a good business if you would have established a foothold then. I think it was about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit less. I said to the person who's now my accountant, I said, you know what you should do as a business? Become an accountant with a focus on cryptocurrencies and blockchain. Because there's not a lot of accounting for that. And countries don't know what to do with those rules and blah, blah, blah. And now there probably are a lot. But that would have been, I think you would have made a killing, right? Working as a accountant with the focus on crypto. All these new rich crypto bros needs accountants, right? Write Rust app that generates CRUD apps in any language. There you go. Or write a language in Rust. And this language is just for like CRUD. Yeah. I have not seen AI penetration with any of my clients, but that doesn't mean anything. I've seen them used as part of the tooling, but that's it. Pay the bills, yeah. Try to do FFI with libpq. I don't know what that is. I don't do a lot of FFI. Yeah, that's another thing that I didn't have to deal with until Rust. FFI, right? Foreign function interfaces. That's a thing. That's a thing that needs a bit of love. Yeah, so do we really want to pass all this in there? So this has to do with the backend. This has to do with the backend, right? Hello, Temporis. Graphics programming. That's another place where I don't know anything. Let's build a startup. I've had I don't know how many businesses I've had now. Actually, this is my second company, but I have had, my company has pivoted a few times. That's because you have no choice, Yusuf, right? Rust cannot make any assumptions around your C code, right? It is hard to debug. You have to know who owns the memory. I think that's probably the biggest issue, right? Still waiting for total timing. What should we do, right? I said this to Danaka as well in the past. There are some of you in this community that I would hire in a heartbeat. And I said this to Danaka as well. With your skills, you're not going to have a problem to find a job. And lo and behold, it didn't take long until he had a job and he's now working as a Rust programmer. Well, there's a Rust and Go, but I think he's doing 80% Rust. I think you, Temporis, I think you would not have any problems getting a job if you wanted to swap. I'm guessing that what's holding you back is your own brain rather than reality, right? If you wanted to swap, I think you could probably have interviewed and done all right with companies like Embark and what have you, right? So Tema, what happens is that you have a lot of C libraries or libraries written in C, and you can call functions and use data from these libraries with other languages. And to do this, you use something called FFI, or foreign function interface, right? It's like a translation into the world of C and back. So extern is referring to something that is outside of your code base, right? What is happening? What is that looking like? What is that looking like, Liminox? So this has only happened for you, Caleb. I don't know anyone else who's landed a job from our chats, but you're the only one who has actually chatted to me where we sat down and done this. Everyone else who wanted my help has just chatted on stream. So, but I still don't think I had much to do with this thing. I think I was more of a sounding board for your own progress, right? Oh God, the Naka's up. Oh. It's because C functions might free the memories. You're getting segfolds. Okay, do you want to show the code, Liminox? I don't think I can do much for you, but at least I can bounce some ideas with you. And your problem is kind of more interesting than mine. Thank you for the follow. We have to invent a new protocol because we need more of those soon. For another thing I'm working on. And we still have to solve the infinity. The T that never runs out. Maybe we can do something like capture moisture capture moisture in the air and then funnel this through like tea leaves, but we want the tea leaves to kind of be part of a plant that keeps regrowing. So if we have like this funnel, we channel moisture from the air into this funnel, and then we have tea leaves, but they're live, except the part that's under the funnel is in the shade or is in very strong light, so it dies and dries out, but then it's dry, and then the water will just mix with these leaves, and then we have something to siphon off the actual dead leaves, and then the plant will grow, the water will gather, the tea will brew, and we just have infinity that way. There's no way this idea is bad. I don't know what you need resources and tips for. Okay, I don't know where you are in your FFI journey, right? I don't know if you know. I have no idea if you're like really far in and you know how everything works and you memorized libc, or if you just looked up the meaning of FFI. It's really hard to know what resources and tips someone should give you, right? It's like a person turning up and going like, how can I run better? And they go like, well, have you bought like good running shoes? Yes, I'm an Olympic runner, right? And we're like, okay then, right? If we do something with tea and terminals, surely that would be a good business idea. Very good. What is CS fundamentals? What is CS fundamentals? I don't have a degree in computer science. I've worked with people who have degrees in computer science and they were terrible. They weren't even programmers. They were just terrible with computers. So I don't even know what CS fundamentals are, right? How is select different from update and connect? Are you passing some pointer to some memory that is not laid out correctly? Is it memory layout? Do you have repr-c on your structs? Are you transmuting incorrectly? You can't do this. Okay, can you can't serialize anything into a Rust struct unless it's repr-c, all right? Because Rust does not have a stable ABI. All right, so there is no widget values here. This is just nonsense. So what do we do? Do we just whack all this into a struct that we can use? So we seem to be building up a lot of structs here when we do this. No, you can't unless you use repr-c, all right? You need the memory to match exactly. And when you say serialize, I'm starting to hear transmute now. So yes, what Temporis is saying, I'm trying to say, but I'm failing at conveying information, right? So if I have two structs in C in Rust, right? Struct A and struct B, and they look like this. There is no guarantee that I can safely transmute A to B, because for whatever weird and wonderful reason, they might have different memory layouts, right? There might be some part of the compiler that says, due to some circumstance, struct B is going to place the U32 at the start of the memory, but it's going to place the bool at the start of the memory of struct A, right? There's no, you can never make that assumption in Rust because it has an unstable ABI. That is literally what it does. If you do not have this, you are... But if you put this, then you will have the same memory layout like C would produce. with the caveat that there are some types in C that doesn't have a representation in Rust, U128 being one of them. So if you happen to have one of those, then that one is not safe to represent. Now, I didn't think you do, but there you go, right? You just slap a repr C on there and you're good. Obviously, you can't use string, right? You can't use string, you have to use C string instead. And you can't use stir, you have to use C stir. No, that's why you can't use that. You can't depend on that if you have repr C, that it maintains the memory layout. How did you do any of this without repr C before? How do you pass anything to C without it, right? Anyway, okay. Ugh. Just pass bytes around? Ah, fair enough. In that case, it will work. Byte slices and the likes, right? Someone has to own the data as well. And this has to be agreed on with the C code. Is C in charge of freeing the memory that contains the data from the results? Or is Rust in charge of that? That's also important, Liminox, because if C gives you your pointer to the data, but the C code will free the data, then you have to leak that memory on your end. Otherwise, you get a double free. But this is not the difficulties of unsafe Rust. This is just interacting with foreign function interfaces. Hang on, I need to fix this thing. I don't want to be up there. In that case, there you go, right? Yeah, just you have to free the memory as well. And what Tempora said seemed to make sense to me, so I'd go with that. I'd listen to all 10 people when it comes to these things, right? Did you download Borderlands 3 yesterday, Temporas? Did you download Borderlands 3? We do not need that. We do need something else for this thing. We need... What do we need? We're going to copy this thing here. Okay. We need notes. Nice. We don't need constraints. That's children. We do need attributes and string session. We don't need that. At least not yet. No, it's just for the painter that we need that. Damn. Should I host it as well? Host what? don't know what you mean by should I host it as well. I'm a little bit. I am very thick today, more so than usual from lack of sleep, right? Well, that's good though, Liminox. Put it in the cloud. I think that's kind of an impossible question for anyone but you to answer. What you're gonna do with it? Okay, so we have attributes, string storage, and then we have that ridiculous floating thing. We need to get rid of that too. All right, let's just get on with it and write up what these values actually are then. Now there we are. It's a gen slab of box U16 and widget kind. That can't be right. Look at the lifetime for this thing. That can't be right. And then we make all of this public. We call it paint data. Good morning. How you doing today? I think you're vastly underestimating the ability you have to look good by controlling the narrative, right? I can't stress this enough. Streamers, they're not the only really good programmer on Twitch is Sodding, okay? I think the rest of us, okay. All right, let's make some paint data. So what do we have? We have widgets, we have children, we have values, we have self.string session, and we have attribute storage. And true here. What is it about them that gives you anxiety? Because there's a lot of people who are saying a lot of dumb shit out there, and this dumbness, this is not good. All right. Oh, I call this pain data. Oh, the irony. There's a lot of people who have like these really strong opinions and painting the world in a certain way, and then they're not really qualified to do anything. Okay, so we're gonna get our paint data. Oh man, I am so tired. I was like, what are you talking about? Then I connected what I just said with that. No, it's not that. It's not at all you might. That's not at all what I meant. Although I know that you know that I know that you know that's not what you meant, right? And I know that you know that. Okay, so children, values. What are values? Is that what we call widgets? No, that's probably what we call values. What are widgets then? Oh no, that's a singular widget. Oh dear. An element. How's it going, Tired? That probably has to be mutable, doesn't it? Damn you, lifetimes. I love you, but sometimes, you know. Sometimes. No, but I think programming conversations sometimes makes me a little bit livid because people say dumb stuff and that makes other people believe dumb stuff. You take someone who's got 30, 40 years of programming experience, and they're not shy to tell you this. And then they say things like, web developers aren't real programmers. So here you have someone who has a lot of experience, and we conflate that with skill, and then they say something like, web developers aren't real programmers. And if you're a web developer, this can lead you to think that, oh, so by some definition, by this public person, I am not a programmer. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, is all I say, okay? That seems concerning. And I don't think it's a matter of opinion. It's a matter of what, right? Oh, that's just a given, right? Because HTML is not a programming language. It's a language you use to repel women, okay? I've used it for many years and it's very effective. So what do you have in your any, though, Liminox? It doesn't make sense that you're downcasting everything. That seems super sketchy. Widget, children, values. Okay, so it's attribute storage. And string session that we want here. Could be anything. No, it cannot, okay? Which is why you cannot do that. No, it has to be the same type. You cannot downcast this to anything. How would you even downcast it? Are you gonna have like this massive if else? Just if, try to downcast to a string. Okay, it's not a string. Try to downcast to a byte. It's not a byte. Try to downcast to a boolean, right? Like, how are you gonna do that? Okay, how do you know that? Expected. What? Really? But that just seems silly. So values are, let's just re-borrow this thing then, right? Oh, it's a box U16. Ah, right. Of course you are. Of course you are. There we go. Okay. Are you a wizard? You casting up very good. Hello, Nightshade. Every time someone says magic missile or fireball, I think about that video of those lappers when he's throwing like a pine cone and he goes, fireball, fireball, right? Live. I just got a PM from Danaka asking if anyone's even watching the stream at this hour. Oh, my feelings. The thing is, if this is coming from the C code, I don't know how you're gonna do that then, right? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Right? YouTube. Let's just go with LARP Fireball. Let's see if this turns up. Lightning bolt, maybe. It's just it's just throwing pine cones at the dude, man. I think this was in response to that there was like a post about how dangerous role-playing games were or something like that, right? Better than throwing a taser. I don't know, man. I think throwing a taser would garner you some street cred, no? Don't you think? Oh, that's Kevin. He's well dangerous. He threw a taser at this guy once. We were LARPing and he killed someone. The test seeming superficial or at best testing a subset of my skill. I ask agencies to look at my active projects, GitHub. I feel like the tests are an easy metric in which to deny an assignment. Though I admit I'm getting better by practicing them anyway. I have hired people, or I have interviewed a lot, and I have never, ever, ever cared about anyone's GitHub repository full of projects that are leet code challenges, right? Because leet code challenges aren't indicative of real world programming, right? That's what the world looks like if programming existed in a vacuum, and it doesn't. I haven't given anyone minus points for having them, but I haven't looked at them and go like, oh my god, Chris, check this guy out. He's got like 30 leet code projects. He must be really good. It's more like, oh my god, check this guy out, Chris. He's got a lot of free time, right? Under the Sea, yeah. I think I've heard this one a few times on Henry's channel, right? The tests are superficial. I'm guessing hacker rank is similar to leet code, right? Which is why I said leet code. But is it testing a relevant skill of yours, right? So I'm more keen on working with a programmer who has built his own dungeon crawler from scratch. And done so working with other people, managing the project, seeing it from start to finish, than someone who's got 100 leet code repositories, right? Because you don't have to implement binary search, okay? That's not relevant for any of the work that we do most of the time, okay? Because there's already an implementation of it. You do not, Macaboo, but if you want other people to touch your stuff, do with that sentence as you please, then you might want cargo involved. But you can just use Rust-C. Oh, lifetime. What's a widget? I want a quick fix. I'm not getting one, am I? Oh, this is such a nonsense error. Oh. Yeah, so what are we gonna do this thing? This is because of the damn backend. What is all this is? Maybe we can give this code to the backend then. Maybe I'm putting this in the wrong place. This is what I'm talking about. When I say the projects have organic growth, right? This is what you should not shy away from. When your projects are being developed, when your projects are being developed and you have, I'm tempted to go and have a coffee at Temporis. It would be my first coffee in almost 10 years. So I'm not gonna do it because I'll probably just my pants on stream if I did. But I do need some caffeine though, right? I think you get a heart attack. I'm not that unfit, mate. I'm not in that bad a shape. All right. So organic growth of your project, right? Project architecture. So what can you not teach? You cannot teach experience, okay? It doesn't work. It's a difference, right? No, I just have caffeine beverages, right? Caffeinated beverages. You cannot teach experience, but I can tell you this though, and what I mean with that is that you can't say to someone, this is not. This is how you're gonna lay out your project. If someone says, okay, how do I structure my project? My answer is always, what does it do? What is it? I have no idea, right? But in reality, if you've never done it before, you don't. You build it in this like weird, rickety scaffolding BS way until you reach a point where you can see the project. You see what's wrong with the structure of the project, where things are and where they shouldn't be. And then you fix that, right? And obviously, that takes thinking and refactoring and tedious work. Fair enough. And it takes time and effort to do so. And I think that people aren't willing to put in the time and effort. That's why they want a book to say, this is how you structure your project. But no one knows what your project is. The person who wrote the book certainly don't know what your project is because it didn't exist when the book was written, right? You cannot teach this. All right, but let's see if we can make sense of this thing then, right? Let's get rid of all this pain data and widget cycle business. And we're going to move this thing now. So let's go to a new project. No, they're going to go to backend here. We're going to check out the toml file and make sure that we have access to the widgets. We do. So this is all fine. We're going to go to headers. And since we don't know where this goes, we are just going to put this in the root. And there's nothing wrong with that. Blah. All right, perfection. Widget source layout module. Come on, computer. All right. Wow, that was very slow. So I just want to get the widget cycle code out of here. And I don't care about the rest. It's like my computer decided to take a nap. an unappreciated nap as well. Okay. The widget is really just, or rather an element, is really just tracking what kind do we actually have here, right? It has an ident, which is something like text or for or whatever, right? Actually, an element wouldn't have that. So this is the ident of the widget. It's the text border, VStack, whatever it is. And then the container that's wrapping the dynamic widget, and it tracks the ID, the size, and the position. I don't know if we actually need the ID anymore. Probably. So let's leave it well enough alone. Okay, so let's go and fix this thing now, right? Widget tree. Whoops. Constraint. Attribute storage. Apparently not. Apparently yes. String, yes. Viewport, no. Okay. So we just had this thing. Well, all right, we'll better actually make this work before I start throwing words around as to how this is gonna be. Geometry. All right, there we go. So now this compiles. So I thought that this logically lives inside the widgets project. But it doesn't. It didn't work. I tried to make it work. I thought, okay, what if we put a closure around this thing so we can use this with anything? But that wasn't good. That was not the right thing to do. So instead, we're just gonna put the the widget cycle somewhere else. We're gonna come up with a better name for it, obviously. But now we can do this. We can have a paint in here, which doesn't work because we have no backend. And why didn't we have a backend? Because we couldn't define a backend. Now we can say that we do have a backend by just being generic over T here, here, and here. Okay. A mutable reference to our backend, which obviously needs to have a lifetime of or runtime. And then here we're gonna chuck a backend in there. A mismatch types. Oh yeah, that's because this thing is a mutable reference to a backend. Okay, there we go. So now we can call the backend paint function at the moment we explain to Rust what this is, okay? And to do this, we have to use a trait bound. So we just have to say new blah blah blah, where T implements backend. And we're done. That was it. This whole thing was such an easy solve. We just moved it to somewhere else and we're done. All right. But that does not get us out of the woods just yet, right? What about the runtime? Do we have the cycle in here? We do have a widget cycle. Let's find the widget cycle. And then we're going to call run. If I try to do this now, this will fail to build because it should not build. Oh, right. It's the wrong cycle. Fiddlesticks. Let's go into widgets. Lame-o. Get rid of the widget cycle and the run function that comes with it. And now we've broken the runtime. And we'll unbreak the runtime, just like Tony Braxton said. We're going to get this from the backend now. And we're going to do self.backend here. And now we delete this code. And we're good. So now we can take this code as well, the floating widgets, and we can move this thing into this run function as well. And this is going to depend on the filter. So why don't we make 2 private functions here? One for thing, because I forgot what it was. Okay, we need to attach floating widgets to this thing. Coffee uptake, good work. Mission accomplished. No lifetime. Okay, so we're gonna chuck floating widgets in there. So we can now refer to this, although we are not using a mutable reference to floating widgets. So why don't we just ditch that then? Oh man, I just got dirty leaves here. Iced dirty leaves. Hello, Evan here. Floating widgets. Self.tree. Self.tree. Probably that. All right, so we need to slap some floating widgets on this thing as well. Did we run out of music already? It was kind of depressing. Let's go with night work instead. It's exact same music. Ooh. All right, we're going to watch a game thing now. Hang on to your sockets. I'm going to watch this. Fun dog. Well, I'm already depressed. How about you? 20XX? Wait to 20XXL, man. That's when the real big stuff happens. Sorry, I can't help myself. The anarchy. What a tremendous voice this person has. And everyone's wearing scaffolding. Hello, Priven. How you doing? I'm watching one game trailer. Calm your jets. Cool your jets there, son. A lovely referred to as a scab. The voice is a little bit. Is this a looter shooter, Temporis? And it's going to be like a full price game. Am I going to be able to afford this? Mommy? A PvE looter shoot. Okay. Maybe I'll join you in this. I want to see some alright, okay. Maybe I'm on board with this. Alright, maybe I'm on board with this. Ooh, Nelly, okay. Yeah, I might be able to, but I was gonna buy Core Keeper today. But I don't know what I know. Alright, let's pop this open. I have failed. Again. All right, there we go. Sorry, I was just messing around with my windows. There we are. All right, what's the next YouTube's vid? Am I getting rickrolled now? Sand. If this dude doesn't have an annoying British accent, I'm not interested. What are we looking at here? All right, we'll do one of the trailers. All right, so he's got that haircut that was popular back when we had what's it called? Into the Badlands, right? Around that time with the Duke. I shall stand corrected. I thought he was going to have an annoying British accent like Hammerlock, but no. All right, let's get to some gameplay. That's cool. It's like, what was that book and movie called? Immortal Machines? Just bought a Windows license. Why are you doing this? Do you guys remember that one where the cities are traveling? Okay. Immortal Engines, yeah. Okay, so what's the goal? Do you kind of just work on your sand ship? Is this a looter shooter? I have no idea. And you can't walk on the sand, I guess? It looks cool though. Yeah. So it's Sea of Thieves, but in the desert. Maybe it has some elements of that. I never played Sea of Thieves. I don't game a lot, as you guys have noticed, despite what Privan wants to say while he's flaunting his Windows license. Okay, so what was I doing, right? No, the string session. What up, Privis? BT dubs, man. Yeah, we need to pass in floaties. There we go. I don't think that's an expression, but we're going to go with it anyway. Okay, so if we do this, then we can get rid of all this code now. Look at this block. It just became a cycle run instead. So how does this differ though, right? How similar are these two? I think these are the same. Do we not have a layout filter here? Maybe not. Maybe we don't need the filter. Maybe we don't need a filter at all for these things. We can just get rid of it. Okay, we'll come back to that one. And then we're going to do these two things. So can we move this into... No, because we need the position, don't we? Yeah. All right, let's just run with this to see if this works, though. Let's go to demo and run this. Well, it's running. I don't remember why I wrote this in the first place now. Why did I create this thing? What was the point of this widget cycle thing? Nobody knows why we even do this, right? I have no memory as to why I did this or why I started this. This was part of some optimization, wasn't it? Or a bug fix. I've forgotten why I did this. I mean, yeah, it's good that we reduce a lot of boilerplate, right? This function is now almost small, but why did we do this? No idea why we're doing this. Okay. This has something to do with... Oh, yeah, now I remember. We want to be able to run this cycle in the test. That's what it was. That's what it was. Okay. So, nothing to do with the demo or the widgets. Instead, it's the default widgets. Do we have access to the backend? We do. Okay, so testing can now have the cycle, widget cycle associated with it. Yes. Okay. Here we go, Ski. Let's do it. So we can get rid of a lot of the boilerplate code from here by calling this widget cycle instead. Well, isn't that just cheerful and delightful? So we're going to create an instance. Here's our test instance. I think we're just going to do away with all this. So here we go, right? This is going to be the render cycle, widget cycle. New, run. And what do we pass in here? We're going to pass in the backend. And I think we have one of those laying around. Self.backend. Oh shit, I forgot breakfast again. A tree? Do we have a tree somewhere? Yeah, self.tree. What is, do we own this thing? Yeah, and you can't take ownership of that, so you just get to borrow this mutably for a short while. What else do we have? Constraints. Okay, do we have yeah, we have constraints there. Constraints. Attribute storage. Do we have that anywhere? Yeah, why do you not need to be mutable? Can we make this not mutable? No, that's the tick function, you pleb. Yeah, that doesn't have to be mutable, right? It makes the sense. Attribute storage. And what else do we need? String session. Do we have strings anywhere in all this? Yeah, here we go. Here's our new text session. Okay. So we'll make one of these. Let string session equal that. That has to be mutable. Do we have floating widgets anywhere? Yeah, we do. What a simple refactoring. Everything's coming up Millhouse now. This is beautiful. Probably don't need to be mutable. No. And then viewport. Do we have a viewport anywhere? Yes, we do. No gaming today, Skylar. I can't game on days when I have to go to the gym the next day because I'm so tired. It was very punishing to be up that late yesterday, and I still wake up early. So, look at all this code we can delete. Oh my god, look at this. Whoosh, gone. I don't think people actually care about me gaming much. That was all for me, that stream. I think in general, people get a little bit uncomfortable when I'm gaming. Unsatisfied trait bound. Oh, really? That does not implement backend? Oh, no. Yes, it does. What are you on about? Yeah, there's a handful of people who don't care. You're just lovely individuals in general. But I think that the majority of people, when I'm gaming, they're like, what is this? Why is he so bad? Kill him. All right. What is this? No. Rogue Legacy? Flipping heck, I'm good. This is probably one of my favorite Rogue games. This is a really good game. If you haven't tried this, you should. It's probably very cheap as well to buy these days. This is really fun. Thank you for that, Skylar. That was a nice distraction. Okay, now can someone tell me where I've gone wrong in the head? Unsatisfied trait bound. The test backend is certainly implementing backend, so there's something else wrong. Wait, is this thing already a reference? Yes, it is. Look at that. I'm so pleased with myself right now. But someone has to be. How delightful. Okay. So, can we go back to the border? Wait. No. Position. Are all the tests passing after we did that? Did we just magically solve everything? Oh my garb. I think we did. Oh my goodness. We did temporas. Do you think we'd use like a predictive model to actually deal with world hunger and everything like that, right? If we had a more, we can't even predict the weather, so no, but I think that would have been good because people are gonna use AI for all kinds of really dumbass stuff, but using it to actually try to solve world problems would have been good, wouldn't it? Let's just give all control to an AI that can decide what to do. That has never gone bad in movies. All right, this just fixed all these tests, and this is now correct. How you doing, Danaka? Probably not, Skylar. Yes, not LLM. LLMs needs to be like, we need to just go, okay, LLMs are really cool for the text to speech stuff, okay? And then we just move on, right? Yeah, all of these are now correct. And now I remember why I had this demo here. Because we were doing things with the code. Yeah, that's LM is literally a large language model, right? That's what they're good for. Like really cool when it comes to translations and stuff like that, but we shouldn't use them for things like programming or what have you. All these like AI conversations just bore me to death. I'm sorry for starting it. Okay, so if we chuck a cursor here, then we're good, all right? So if we subtract 1, we're now where we're supposed to be. So we should, in theory, be able to put a VStack inside here. So taking this out, this makes things crazy now. Taking this thing out of there will make it crazy. Yeah, because anything... So this is the next predicament, okay? Anything that is underneath a border will get a border disorder. Because we're operating from the border's position, okay? This means that if we throw padding in here, it should have no impact. None. Okay. So this has to be documented. We have 2 options now. One, we introduce an inner bounding rectangle that we use for positioning, which would only apply to 2 widgets, which is padding and border. We'll either do that or we will note this down in the documentation as something to be aware of. I feel like this is almost like talking about the old CSS bounding box. Border is a border box. I don't even remember. You do expect your content, and it will be. It's more of a question whether the position inside a border starts at the position of the border or inside the border. So like this. Any element placed inside a border will be placed correctly inside the border, right? Without having to do anything, right? All right. This text will be correctly positioned inside the border. Wait, how is this working? That shouldn't even work, but whatever. The situation with the cursor, however, is... Well, we don't actually need the cursor, but we can open up the cursor YAML file here. Is that we say that 0 is this corner here. If we say that 0 is this corner here, then we need to introduce an inner bounding box. And the same thing goes for padding. And we can test this out with what people are accustomed to by just doing this in HTML. Because everyone loves HTML. That's why I still have the Django code for this Vim setup. So I think we're gonna go and change that now. We're just gonna call this HTML base, and we're gonna get rid of things that are not relevant. Like that. We don't need these anymore. We certainly don't need that anymore. We don't need that or that. Or that. Oh wait, I already have this. Okay. Clean. Alright. Done. There we go. Okay, so doing an HTML base is now giving us this. All right, everything's a lot. So if we are now putting something in a div with a... What should we do? We're gonna put a another div in here. And this one, we're gonna have a background that is entirely horrible. And here we're gonna have some text. All right. Wait, why is my background not showing up? But we're gonna add some padding here as well. Nope, that's not how you write CSS. Okay, so if I now position this thing relative, that's a good way of spelling relative, with a top of 0 and a left, whoops, and a left of 0, is it going to position this thing up here or here? It stays put. So, in that case, this padding is allowed to affect a relative positioned element. Wait, what the shit? That's wrong. Not for testing this. We're checking to see if relatively positioning an element. So relative is relative to the parent. But why is right not working? Do I have a syntax error in my code? Actually, this doesn't seem to do anything. We're just looking at what HTML is doing with CSS and positioning. But I'm doing something wrong here, clearly. Oh, because this thing... Oh, right then. Okay. You know what? Job done. Okay. So this thing... This has zero impact. Okay, now it has some impact. You don't really need PX. You don't need the unit when it's 0. 0 is 0, right? So that places it there. And what if we do right now? It still places it there. So that's probably because the parent is resizing itself around the child. But if we say don't do that, okay, that still had no impact. Okay. No, what an idiot I am. I can see that it's maxed out. So relative position does not work that way. Relative position does not... it works by the inner box. Okay, well, I have my answer. I just don't like it. But if this is what you'd expect, then this is what we'll do. Hello, Quantum. How you going, buddy? How you doing? How's the stream? Evening indeed. Or rather, insanely early. SSL. Oh man, who's gonna tell Quantum that SSL is dead? All right, SSL. So SSL is secure socket layer. I'm guessing that you're learning about transport layer security. Yeah, see, there you go, right? It's not dead. Of course it is. What's the alternative? TLS. So SSL is what we had in the past, secure socket layer, but that is woefully broken and unsafe. So the thing that we got after, I think it was using like triple des encryption and stuff like that, right? Many years ago. Then we got transport layer security, or TLS, instead. So now, when you hear people talk about SSL, in general, they're actually talking about TLS, right? Yeah, it's a bit... I'm guessing these are a little bit dated then, or maybe people just want to be confusing, because even browsers don't refer to it as SSL anymore, right? But they are two different things, so they shouldn't be used interchangeably, right? They should, like, the phrase SSL or the TLA SSL needs to we need to stop using that, right? There you go, man. Security through obscurity. Yeah, this is gone like years ago, right? H3T. I'm not familiar with that. Okay, so we're positioning elements here in the terminal is what we're doing. Welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a good stream, all right? And it's good to learn about these things. I'm guessing you were playing around with Let's Encrypt and stuff then, Quantum. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this position the widget inside, and to do that, Let's Encrypt this tomorrow. Okay. All right, fair enough. But yeah, so we're gonna make a change because people would expect that positioning something top 0, left 0 should position it inside a border. And the same thing should go for padding. So if we change this to padding, people would expect this thing to be positioned way in here somewhere, right? So we can see this happening if I put a container. If I can spell container. If I do this, you can see it happening, right? So changing this will change the position, okay? And now for the border, it will be positioned correctly. But that means that we need this additional container element for that to work. So instead, we're going to produce an inner bounds instead of just having the position. Thank you for the follow. Hello, Emil. All this just so it behaves like this, like you see on screen now, instead of that, right? But the masses have spoken, so we have to do it. So that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna make a little change as well to error messages. So right now, if you make an error happen, this thing isn't correct. So we're gonna take this out for the time being. I'm gonna take it out and we're gonna put it back in once it's fixed. But as an intermediate solution, we're gonna take it out. And we can do this at the runtime error something rather. We have some kind of error template in here, I think. Here we go. Yeah, all right. That's going to be part of the printing of the error, I think. It's how you know that I'm a professional YouTuber, Linus. That was the joke I did for the video I never released. And I said, hi, I'm Togglebit, and I'm a professional YouTuber. You know this is true because I have a vegetable. And then I pointed at a fake plant. Because fake plants makes for professional YouTubers, right? But I don't have a bookcase with games in it or anything exciting like that. I do, however, find a wall that I want to put behind me. That's like an acoustic wall with those wooden slats in it. No IKEA bookshelf, no. But I found this, and I'm gonna reward myself by buying and installing this wall. If one of my videos, if I make a video and it has more than n number of views, right? So wooden slats wall. Let's see if we can find this. I found one of these. It doesn't look, it looks more like the dark one, right? That's the one I want. Not this, right? But this is like one of these. And I think these have this kind of, it helps with the sound. Okay, this is just crazy, but you know, it helps with the sound bouncing in the room. So I'm quite happy to do this. But you see, like every other YouTuber has this wall, right? Okay, that's just taking the piss. We're gonna get on with it now. I don't need a lot though. Yeah, but the sound, so the sound isn't as bad as it was earlier because I didn't have these backdrops behind me and they catch a lot of sound. But there's still a lot of hard surfaces in that direction. So if you listen very carefully, you could probably hear a little bit of the sound bouncing. Now I have a soft box with a grid on it there and a blind there. So there isn't too much the sound can bounce around on here. And behind me are all the backdrops. But it can be better. It's definitely because the microphone has a mullet. It's more like a, you know what, I'm bored myself with this. Anyway, arrows to template. Let's do to source kind. What a shape is to source kind? Oh yeah, that's what that is. Okay, I was just like, why are we calling this thing? Well, yeah, that's what decides whether it's a template or a path, right? Let's see, what do we have left to do? Here's the template, and it's just going to refer to errors. And where does the errors come in? It's going to be that thing. So here we are. What is happening? Oh yeah, template error. That's literally what I'm looking for. Right? And do we have it's probably a parse error then. Somewhere we have this. All right, I think this might be it. Where's the pipe character in here? I think this is it. So if we break this again, we take that out. I'm gonna rerun this code. Well, I'm gonna try to rerun this code. Really? Oh no, it's running in the same terminal, you lark. All right. So now if I break this, yeah, it doesn't do the thing. Yeah, because it's expecting an element. Okay, cool. So that's a temporary one, right? Is the discriminant always use size? Yes. But the discriminant is not stored on the enum definition. So the enum, actually, you know, I've wrote about this a year ago. Let me refer to my own writing. Discriminator is an integer indicating which variant is held. Discriminator will be 0. An enum without associated data is a fieldless enum. 0 variant enum. The size of an enum is the size of its largest variant plus the discriminant, unless the discriminant can be optimized away. So, if they're fieldless, then if it can be optimized away, then it isn't, right? We can, for instance, store the discriminant as a different value, right? Okay, we'll look at that in a sec. What was I talking about? Sorry, I'm so tired. Plus the discriminant, unless the discriminant can be optimized away. More on this below. Given the following enum, we can look at the size of each variant. So that's going to be 24 bytes. The size of single byte is 1, as the byte is needed to store U8. A vec_t contains more information, so that's 24 bytes. Making 8 bytes. Then that makes sense. Bytes of x large variant takes up 24 bytes. The value inside the vector, yeah. This might seem wasteful that no data takes up the same amount of space, but this is due with padding. So in this case, no, I'm not ignoring it. We're gonna look at it in a bit. You're getting wrong too, right? Yes, so that's the thing. If you have a vector like this thing, okay, then you can store the discriminant inside the binary representation of this data, right? If you just have these two variants, this enum would be the same size as this guy, okay, 24 bytes, because we can store the discriminant as the null byte, right? Because the pointer in the vector to the first bit of memory can never be a pointer to null. So we can use that information to represent this guy. Does that make sense? I think we even print some bytes somewhere. The compiler can perform optimization of an enum depending on the variance. If the size of the enum is the size of the largest variant plus the discriminant, and the discriminant is 8 bytes, by default, the following enum should have a size of 32 bytes. The vec U8 is 24, and the discriminant is 8. Right? However, this enum has a size of 24 bytes. To observe this, it's possible to transmute the enums to bytes. And of course, transmute, right? So we're going to transmute this into bytes. So point to the first value on the heap, the capacity, and the size. So we transmuted this variant into bytes. There is no discriminant in this data. If the second variant was transmuted to bytes, the output would look something like this. Right? And you can see that the pointer to the first value on the heap can never be this value. So we can use this for the discriminant, right? Note that the first 8 bytes here are 0. The value that would be invalid for a value that would be invalid for the vector. Thus, the discriminant can be determined by the first bytes rather than adding an additional 8 bytes specific for this thing, right? So this is just rubbish data, though, right? Oh, fair enough, right? Yes, Linus. That's it, right? This is called a niche optimization. Like, if you guys are interested, you can just look at this thing, right? I haven't written anything in a long time. Actually, I did. I wrote this the other day. It's been 2 years since I've wrote something. And that was how to set up a personal craze repository using only Git. And it's, if you want to do that, it's this block here. This is the thing to look at to set up your own. So if you follow this, it's not hard. If you try to unpack what they write over here, it is. Oh, these aren't links. I need to fix that. But that's a problem for future me. Well, I never heard of misinformation. Is she hot? All right, so we're going to make this behave the same way as this. And to do that, we need to start introducing an inner bound to these things. And I don't know how we're going to do this. What? Okay, so how do we do that? We're gonna do a bit of committing here. Git branch, because I think that we need to add some of the stuff that's here to dev. Oh, no, can't do that. Cargo clean, that's not what I want to do. Cargo check. We need to check all. But let's start with widgets, shall we? I'm going to replace you guys with a little bit of bacon now. All right. That's not what I want to do. I want to do this. There we go. Okay. Layout 4. Don't need that. 10, we don't need widget 3. Okay, cool. That one's done. Then we're gonna go, whoops. Then we're gonna go to the next one. So we do a cargo check. But we need to do like a cargo check all. It's gonna be the runtime. Can't do that. All right, so we have line 26. That's not the runtime, is it? All right, we don't need that. Viewport in the runtime on line 37. There we go. No, apparently we do need that one. Layout context. Layout filter. Layout widgets and position widgets. There we go. And then as node. Yep, did not want to do that, but we're doing it. There we go. Okay, then we're gonna go to the next thing. So we're gonna do a cargo check. All. Okay, everything's fine. Then we're gonna do a cargo clippy. And see what clippy issues we've introduced. So that's gonna be in the back end. So let's go to the back end. We're gonna do a bacon here. We're gonna do a bacon clippy. Clippy. And then go to lib 118. And what do we have here? Okay, so 118. This creates is this a reference already? Yeah. Where's the string session? 137. There we go. All right, so I think we're good now. Then the next thing we're going to do, we're going to get rid of this thing, and we're going to run cargo nightly FMT, and now we can add. All right, so what are we doing here? Hello, log. If Rust vector pointer can't ever be null, then what is pointer value when capacity is 0? Another special value. Don't know. We can look at it. It's probably left uninitialized because it hasn't been... because if the capacity is 0, you're never going to write anything to it. So it's probably never allocates anything. So the vector would be in a state of unallocated, maybe. Same thing goes for strings. If you never put anything in a string, it's just going to be 24 bytes of the stack that is being thrown away. Kernel panic. Did it drop the core? I haven't seen a kernel panic in so long, in decades. There's nothing wrong with throwing it away. All right, so this does nothing. This is adding code that has a dumb name called thing. So we're not going to add that. Clean up. Tests are now working. Look at all the code we're going to delete here. How beautiful is that? And more code being deleted, even more beautifulizer. All right, we're going to comment that out. We're not going to commit that because I need to comment on why that's taken out. We're adding the viewport and we're using mutable reference there instead, right? Okay, so let's go and fix these things. The first thing there is going to be the backend. Okay, so this is going to be called floating. Think of the follows. I think that we can probably reduce the size of some of these things. For instance, we might be able to have a function that does all of this for us, right? Although we can't borrow self-mutably while we're doing this, so no, we can't. Okay, cool. It'll be like that. Ah, see, you try to put fruit in your computer. That doesn't work, okay? Fruit has no business in your computer. Okay, so let's add this. Now, this thing needs to be template error parse 75. Somewhere here, okay, right? a buck. It points to the wrong value. The position needs to be there we go. Okay, so now we've optimized this a little bit. So we can commit this. And what is it that we're adding here? All right. Well, we gotta be clear that we're not doing CSS though, right? We're just somewhat going with a loosey-goosey take on it. That has the word ads in it, so that can go. Buy, sell ads. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. All right, so let's get in. Let's look at that in a bit. We're about to commit something. What does this do? This bug fix. Back tests are now using the same layout as the runtime with the runtime errors no longer points. Right, we can push that. Right, pull. There we go. What are we looking at? So we're only interested in relative positioning. Can we get rid of some of this? Can we not get rid of that one? Okay. Relative position meaning the container will be positioned relative to where the layout would place it normally. This is the red one. Position absolute. Okay, so I don't care about position absolute. Oh, wow. Is this thing just the best? Position absolute is just going to be absolute in relation to the viewport. So that one we don't care about. Why is after in sort of towards the middle? I honestly don't know what I'm looking at here. It's a pain to unpack HTML here. Good work, Priven. I'm not even sure why after is turning up here. It has no positioning. Keep deleting things, Priven. You get there. There's a padding in there, but yeah. Nah, this doesn't help me. It's just this just ends up with me trying to unpack a bunch of HTML, and I don't want to do that. We're just gonna add an inner bound to any widget, and they're all gonna be composed of the size. So for that to work, we can start at the widget level with the widget trait. Here's some comment in our code that we don't have anymore. So we're gonna get rid of it. I think CSS layout is something that has grown on top of itself, right? So it is difficult, of course. Now, where is the widget traits? So this thing, here we can have an inner bounds that can return a rect, which we do not have yet. We're going to introduce that one so we can get rect. All right. So we're just gonna use the word any for these things because it makes sense. Otherwise we're gonna have to specify the trait. So it's just convenience. And then we're gonna get to the actual widget. And that means that we have to add this inner bounds, which is gonna look very similar to this function. And we're gonna default this thing. No, we can't default this thing. Because we don't have the size, do we? Well, that's a bit rubbish then, isn't it? Damn. Okay, what do we have in terms of the position context? We have a size and a position, so we can use that. We can use the position context here. This is not a copy type, so we're a little bit snookered with that. Is it time for tea yet? Something that should be simple. I'm worried that we're gonna start adding more and more data to this thing, and that's gonna take up more memory, right? It's not a difficult problem to solve. It's a tedious problem to solve because we have to copy more data now. We could return an option and only let the two widgets that deals with this return that, but that's also rubbish. That's also junk. So this would return a rectangle from the context position. Yeah, always want to be copied. So this is all copy types that we have here. So we can make this thing a copy type. Then we have to create this thing. So we're going to go to geometry. So we're going to base this on size and position. Actually, we're going to end up with two positions, right? So we're going to have a top left, which can be our start position, and we're going to have a bottom right, which is going to be our end position. Now, there's nothing saying that a rectangle can't be inverted, which would be super useful if we were going to flip things, but we're not going to do that now. So this should then be 16 bytes. It doesn't tell us what it is. Now we can see it. So we end up adding 16 bytes to this thing, which I'm not super chuffed about when it all comes down to it. There is no fix for this. I disagree. I think Rust Analyzer has just done a number on us. We fixed that. Come on, man. It's clearly broken. No code available. I mean, that's probably because it's not public. That's why. That's why. Done. So if this is supposed to have the context, do you have lifetime? No, you don't. I wonder if we can pass the context as a reference instead. Right, so now we can make a rectangle from a size and a position. We can do it from a tuple, right? Of a position and a size. So the start will be the position and the end will be the size dot width plus which means it cannot be negative, right? And this is supposed to be a position. Done. Of course, this is problematic. Because this is an a U size, so this could be all kinds of problems happening there. Is there no size on the position context? Inner size. Oops. All right. If we make this into a reference, this might improve at least a little bit. Now we have to do some breaking changes. Actually, that's where we want to be for the position context. If we do this, I think all heck will break loose. So this is going to be the container doing the positioning. We never mutate the context here, but I'm sure we do. Yeah, here we do. Oh, this is just so bad. Okay, we'll roll it back. We'll roll this back. There's no way this is a good idea. Come on, widget. We can do better. All right. Okay, so inner bounds. We can do this from... We can do this by passing position and size in to get inner bounds. That's what we're gonna do, right? Yeah, hang on, that is wrong. All right, here we go, right? That's just 8 bytes. That's fine. And then the size. And we're going to make the size smaller. Right? So this will be 24 bytes for now, but we're going to fix this. That's not the wrong... That's wrong, though. Okay, now we got something. Now we got something to work with. Oh, yes. Okay. Onwards and upwards. Now we're adding another thing to this. Where's the container? We now need to store these values somewhere. Do we store this on the container? So we're already looking at 16 bytes plus 8 plus 16 plus 8. So that's 16, 16, 16, 16, rounding up to 48. Okay. Hello, Cat Bassin. How you doing? Tired? Yeah, I can relate. Do we store this on here? If we do that, then we have to pass that to our... No, this Oh, yes, it does work. Ugh. So let's go to the runtime, and we now actually it's not the runtime, it's going to be the back end. And floating widgets. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. Intuition in this case, Lorry Master. It's sort of a healthy concern with not just piling repetitive data left, right, and center. Right? It's just a healthy concern. You're not gonna run out of RAM using this. What do we have here? We have no, that's time. Goodness me, how does this work? I forgot how you check the size of something in Tmux. Q 122 by 53, right? So 122 times 53, that's 6,400 cells. And if we have a container per each cell, that's 48. And then that's bytes, kilobytes, megabytes. So that's still like 0.3 megabytes of memory. I forget every now and then how to do things, right? So we're not really looking at anything crazy. It's like 300 kilobytes that we store in memory. That seems very small. So if we have to add another 24 bytes to this, we're going up to 0.4, right? Because of cache lines and performance, yeah. And we're storing, well, it's really difficult when you're working on a widget tree. I don't know how big the L1 cache is on this computer, but I'm pretty sure we can generally fit most of the widgets in there. They're stored in a flat structure. A lot of the data is packed into flat structures, and we refer to ranges of it. So this is cache friendly, right? But I do care, because if you do not care, then you end up with hello world at like 600 megabyte worth of Electron, right? But this isn't an issue. It isn't an issue. It's just me being me. So what do we have here? We have an element. So that's a reference to an element. And the element has a container. And the container is the thing that we can get the inner rect from, right? Caring is good. Sharing is also caring, I've heard. But I don't know about that one. There's been little proof. There's no empirical evidence that proves that sharing is caring. My goodness. Okay. We could put a light here. I think having a light here would be good. I don't know how I'm going to have a light there, so we're not going to do it. And I'm looking around to see what do I have that I haven't used yet of all this material. Both C stands are occupied. One. Actually, no, it isn't. We could do that. Let's just take a brief detour into something completely meaningless. It doesn't fit. This thing is visible. There is just not enough space for it to fit. All right. Now it's touching the wall. There we go. Different lights. Actually, I really didn't like that at all. I'm just gonna ditch that light. All right, I'll work on this later. What a meaningless thing to do. Okay, so what if we don't get the size and the position from the container? What if we get the inner whatchamacallit from the container instead, right? Like, where are we even using this position? In a lot of places, apparently. No, this is setting the position, not getting the position. This is what I want to know about. In a lot of places, apparently. Hello, Dottie. All right, I need a cup of tea. I need a cup of tea. Do you need a cup of tea? Let's just take a minute and go and put the kettle on, get some more water, and then we start there. Yeah, there we go. All right. You were always bad, Linus. Because of your terrible tech tips, that's why. They weren't even good tech tips. They're like, buy this thing. Okay. Yeah, well, we need an outer and an inner one. You guys are just outright bananas, aren't you? Okay, so we're gonna have an inner rect. Then we store that on the container. So once we have done the positioning and we have a position, we can now use this to do self.inner rect is equal to I'm not even reading the error messages. Temporis would be so excited. What am I missing? An inner bounds, you lark. Ooh, tea's ready. That was fast. Ah, tea makes everything better. Okay. Now, let's get this thing going. Zero or arrow. Oh man, do you guys remember arrows? Man, how well remember they're probably still there, right? How good are they? It's the only thing, it's the only like mint thing that I actually like. I can do After 8 as well, but arrows, man, they're pretty good. Mint ones are the best ones, yeah. Oh my god, shift. Stay put. Mint arrows. Being forced to consume calories seems legit. Do you need us to send help? Okay, well, we got it. We got the inner bounds now. So we can go back to our... The whole goal is for this to render inside. All this is just for that. I don't think that's right, but we're gonna do it anyway. And then it's constantly changing as well, Skylar, so that doesn't help. But I like that other people are getting invested in this. This project will not succeed if I am the only person working on it. My goal is to reach a point where we can open this up so more people have ownership of this thing, right? Without giving it over to someone who's going to infest it with malware, right? Those people are out there. Calories to cold. Yeah. So I want this to be something that is not owned by me. I want this to be a community project once this thing is in that state, right? So I'm not the only one making decisions around this, and it's not just my name on the door, right? Unless we go the route of charm bracelet and we turn it into a business. How is that a business? Can someone tell me, how is that a business? Can we make this into a business? Where's the cycle? There we go. What a crazy thing that is. Okay, so we're gonna get a position. That's gonna be... Well, we need the inner bounds, right? Whoop, hello. Let's just call it bounds. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Okay. Then we have to go headers. Have you or your friend has ever had a real mental breakdown? I don't think that's something I'm comfortable discussing on stream. Certainly not talk about other people having mental breakdowns. They happen. And if people want to talk about it, that's fine. You can even PM me if you want to talk about it. But I'm certainly not going to talk about anything of the sort if that has ever happened to me or anyone I know, because I don't want to do that to them either. It's not my story to tell. It's educational. Oh, you're losing me now. Unstitching the mythical async by building one yourself from scratch. Oh, there's so much going on there. So, do you know why it's difficult to build an async runtime, right? It can be, what is the first thing to do in such a situation? To contact a mental health professional, to contact your local GP and tell them, this is happening to me. And they will guide you in the right direction. Do not try to solve it yourself and do not deal with it alone. But that's all I'm going to say on that topic. They cost a fortune. No, they don't have to cost a fortune. Wait, what is it that costs a fortune? Your GP? You have a great, yeah. I mean, well, if you're having a mental breakdown, you're gonna know you're having a mental breakdown, right? It's you breaking down. That's the first sign. Actually, that's probably not the first sign, but anyway, yeah. Sorry, this is not something I'm comfortable having a conversation about on stream, right? I don't think I certainly do not want to tell anyone else's story either. However, what to do in such a situation is to speak to a trained medical professional because they know what to do, right? Not in this state of a breakdown. You can have a psychosis, or you can have something like that, but it's not the same, right? But a mental breakdown is kind of a generalization, though, right? If this is happening, you will certainly be in a state where you probably feel like everything is wrong, right? Is this related to what you were talking to me on Discord after the stream? What's the mismatch type here? Oh, right. So the usize portion does not come from here. It comes from here. There we go. So Rebel, if you think this is happening to you and you have no one to talk to, you can definitely contact me on Discord if you want to chat. I am not a trained medical professional. I can only lend you an ear, but that's more than nothing, I guess. But also note that a mental breakdown and a panic attack or an anxiety attack is very different, right? I think a full-fledged mental breakdown is something very, very far from like an anxiety attack, but I do believe that people who have an anxiety attack or a panic attack will imagine that their entire brain is collapsing, combined with heart attack and sweating and the general unpleasant feeling of your brain going into fight and flight mode. Then today's morning, that a colleague and me was spending a whole day yesterday investigating a problem with certificates because the other team messed things up and never tested their changes for several months. Really? I'm in a good spot, though, right? That's just a good spot, isn't it? All right, so we're gonna hop back to here. Okay, well then apparently I sold everything. Yeah, I can openly admit to having had panic attacks in my life, and honestly, as unpleasant as they are, I put them very far down on the scale of things that are destroying lives, right? So a mental breakdown is a very serious thing, right? I mean, so is a panic attack, but a panic attack is something that can last for like a few seconds or like, but that of course feels like an eternity, right? I mentioned this in the past, right? I was stuck on at King's Cross for 3 hours because I couldn't get on the train. No, but that's okay, right? Like, we can't be responsible for the other team. I wouldn't. I'm guessing this kind of is more. You'd feel stronger about this because the current events that are unfolding where you work. So I'm guessing that's why you feel strongly about this. I would be surprised if I found some code that hadn't been tested for several months, but I also would find it amusing as long as this code is not installed in in an aircraft or something like that, right? Yeah, it's also hard to define what is like a mental breakdown. That's okay, Max. You can put the PTSD away, man. No one's gonna force you to do JavaScript here. Yeah, panic attacks are, to me, they're like, who cares, right? You have them, you get on with your life. They don't change who you are. They don't have any impact on you in any way or form, right? There is a moment in your life that is unpleasant. That's when you're having a panic attack. Then it's over. Then you can go back to deal with the day. You sit down, wait for it to end. Oh, it's very easy to be this casual about it when it's not happening. When it's happening, then obviously you're not going to have this attitude, right? You're going to have, the first one is, am I dying? All right. What? Okay, so running this again is still exhibiting the same icky behavior. But now, what? 1 second. No, I understand that, but then it's a choice between something that tastes bad or the pain, right? It's like, those are the choices we have. Okay. Yeah, so then it's onwards to padding. So we're gonna add 2 missing things here. Floats, not so much. This one, however, we should add. But it doesn't negate the fact that this thing happened, that they fixed bugs and stuff like that, right? But I'm speculating, of course. But I'd say your feelings around this would probably not be as strong if the events that are unfolding wouldn't be unfolding, right? Okay, so for us to establish a position, we're really gonna do what we're doing here, right? So we have our own size, and we have to add the to the x value. We're gonna add the left padding. So south.0.left as I32. This is our left padding, and we're gonna add our top padding here as well. And then from the size, we're gonna subtract the bottom and the right. So size.width. Well, it's not as simple as that, though. We also have to subtract this. Actually, no, we don't. We're already doing the right thing here. So why don't we just make this mutable? And then we mutate these values instead, right? Instead of copying any bytes around. What are you? A U16. Okay, it's U size. Does this look right to you? I think this looks right. I mean, we're going to try it, obviously. But I think this is right. So inner bounds is really only used for floating widgets right now. Okay. So let's run this and try this out now. So if I add some padding to this thing. Okay. If I take the container out, it should stay put. Okay. I need to solve the colors. I think the colors is such a massive pain in the goat cheese. It really needs to be solved. Right. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with gallows humor to deal with your issues, okay? I think people are way too sensitive about these things. It personally helps me, at least, when I'm dealing with something, to not take things too serious, right? Okay, the next thing we're going to do, similar thing when it comes to this guy. So we are going to go into our border. We're going to copy the inner bounds from here. And then we're going to go to our border. Look at that. We actually have a... let's get out of it. Come on, get out of here. We have a file called 2. Okay, we're looking for widget for border. Here we go, right? Then we skip this thing. Bobby! Oh shit on a biscuit. How you doing, Bobby? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bobby. How you going, mate? How you doing this fine morning? That's awfully kind of you. Thank you so much. Dad is eating something but rice this month. How you doing? Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. How's the game? You know what was really cool? I told you. No, I didn't. I told my friend about you, right? So, because it's such a... So let me back up a little bit, right? Because of the work you're doing consulting work for the product that you guys built, and that's really cool. I think that's a little bit of a dream of a lot of programmers. You build something and then you get to do like consulting work through it, so you can keep the thing that you build open source, but you can also have a revenue stream from it. And I think that's just wonderful, right? So I was really chuffed to hear about how your business over where you are was going. That's really cool. Are you still enjoying it? Actually, maybe that's not something you can answer here. I hope you are enjoying it. So yeah, what are we gonna do for this thing? We're gonna get a border size. That's what we need to do. That's really cool, man. That's really cool. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice that you. So I wish I had the technical know-how to build something like that. And I wonder where I'm going to invest my next like learning period. Because both you and my friend Ekton has worked on and built databases, and building something that is actually usable versus putting together an ID, it's a big difference, right? So that's one of those things where I want, like, should I invest a bit of time and energy? Should we go databases? Should we go graphics programming? Where should we go? Should we go down to assembly? I don't know where I'm gonna spend my next learning period though. But it's very cool. Yeah, thinker dude. Okay, so we're in the midst of fixing something here. We're gonna fix the all right, so these aren't being used. All right, let's take that out. That is cool. Is anyone building like an editor or something like that? I always feel like that's like once something comes up like this, people start to want editors and stuff. Just wondering if anyone's doing anything like that. Thank you for the follows. Do you ever stream on the Boppy, or do you just stream on the Spacetime these days? All right, so if we do like a shout out, is it gonna be to Spacetime or should it be to Boppy? Right. I think Spacetime DB is mostly where you stream now, right? So for those of you who don't know what I'm nassing on about, right? Boppy works for Spacetime DB, who is doing. They've built a database specific for gaming, and you've streamed building a Minecraft server, right? In this and playing with it while you're streaming, which is very cool. And Boppy knows a lot about like topics like databases and stuff, so it's a good place to ask and chat to, right? And in general, like I only know Boppy and Blave from Spacetime. I don't know any of the other people there, right? But both are really good at answering questions, right? So it's a cool place to go and chat if you have like questions pertaining to that, right? I think like my kid would be amazed. She'd be like, "Wow, Minecraft server!" But then kids have like the attention span of a goldfish. So you spend 6 months, 8 months, whatever, building a Minecraft server, and then the kid's gonna be like, "Wow!" for 5 seconds. They'll be like, "Oh, look over there, Roblox." And like, no, my effort. Good times. Okay, so we have border size. We are going to take some of this information. Wait, what does border size look like? Yeah, okay, we want to get the border size for this thing. Easy. So let's get a position. I'm gonna make this mutable again. Same thing with both of these, right? X is we're gonna subtract. No, we're not. We're gonna add to the position. We're gonna add the left border size, but we might also have to add the top left or the bottom left, right? So let's have our border size here. Now, I do believe that the border size in question actually has functions. We can call as size on this thing, so we know how much to subtract from here. But we cannot actually use this thing. This thing would be incorrect. We're going to call it BS for now, and then we're going to rename this thing, right? So we're going to do the top left max, bottom left, and max this out with the left one. Oh, you want an argument, do you? Do we have like self decides? We do. Right, so we're gonna change everything that is left to right here. So we're basically finding out which one is the widest one, right? Because you can have a top left character. Well, this is a remix of Robert Miles' Children, but this is just called Music for Work. Night Productive Mix. Yeah, so the border has edges, right? And these edges might be of different sizes. So if the border looks a bit like this, like that, then this would have a size of 1 pixel. If we change this, it would have a size of 2 pixels where the top left is just 1, right? But we can also have a wider top left and a top right, which would inherently make this thing have a width of 2 instead of 1. Actually, I don't think that's true. Oh, hang on. Was this a delivery? Oh, damn it. Okay. All right. We're not going to deal with that. Height-wise, the border can only have a height of 1 because there's no Unicode characters that have a height of 2, as far as I know, that we have to concern ourselves with. But the width we do have to concern ourselves with. So the width is going to be left, top left, bottom left. Yeah, so it's literally what we're talking about here, right? And then for the height, it's just going to be... no, this is the width, right? So this is going to be the size dot width. And I think we're subtracting from the width. All right. But we still don't have a y value for this thing. Y is a little bit easier though, right? So yeah, how do we calculate the height? That's just going to be self top. But what if the top is empty? No, the top can't be empty. You have to have a top character. Okay, so it's either 1 or 0. Well, that's easy. Then this thing makes no sense. The top can ever only be 0. So this is really dumb. What a thing. And the height will be minus equal to bs dot bottom as you size. Another question is, if I did this right, this title should now appear here when we restart. There we go. So much work. So we don't have to tell people about the bounds, right? Now, so how come we can't have 0 for the top? Well, you can make your own border, right? By first defining the top left corner. But you have to give it a top. And the top right corner. And the right. And the bottom right. And the middle. And the bottom left. And the left. Why don't you just keep pushing the same button over and over again? That makes sense. There we go. Whoops, I'm missing one. So, top left, top right, right, bottom, bottom left. Bottom left, thank you. All right. So you can define your own one, but you can't make the top into a 0 character, right? That does not work. That's not a thing. All right? But yeah, it's pretty. I'm pretty happy with this. So then our cursor, which is called cursor for completely different reasons, can just move around in here as we see fit. All right. So that was it. I think now we need to run the tests on this thing, and then we have to write tests for this. All right, so we have one failed test with a fixed height on the VStack. Okay, so I broke it. If we run this code, we should be getting this. We might not be getting this, but that might also be okay. Okay, why does that fail to compile? Subtract with overflow on the border 494. Probably border layout, not border. No, border. Right, so it will have 0 bounds. So this is going to equal to size.width.saturating sub. And the same thing should be said for this thing. So this is equal to size.height.saturating sub. That is not the control key. Now the same thing has to be done for padding. Where we're reducing, where we're subtracting. No, it's not there. I'm in the wrong place. Here we go, right? Right. Otherwise, that would have been a mistake as well. So we inadvertently fixed a bug that we didn't know we had yet. Well, we did know because of this. So this should now run, and there's our border. Although the border seems to contain too much information. The question is, what is right and what is wrong? If we draw a border, should we then draw the entire border? So this thing will have a size of 2x3, but it will have an inner value of 0. It will have an inner rectangle of 0. Let's look at the template for this thing. So the height is 2, which means there is no allowed height here. If we make it into 3, we should see something. If we make the width into 2, we should see that, and that is also correct. Make it 4, we see that. Wait, that is not correct. Well, yes, it is. It's going to size itself around its children. Okay, I'm an idiot. It's the VStack that we're modifying. Okay, so I would argue that it is correct to do this. And if we set the width here to 2, this will also be correct. But we will not assume that one. So the question is, do we change the border test to reflect this or not? Where is that? Where is that test that's failing? It's in the VStack, isn't it? I'm in the wrong project. No, I'm not. Okay, never mind then. It failed for another reason. Are we ready to release this now? So for file navigation, Sphere, so if you're not going to use regular Vim, because I use both Vim and regular Vim if I have to, then you don't have to use FZF. You can use Telescope, and I don't know anything about Telescope. For project exploration, I use L-Explore, so this will open up a file explorer, And the bank 15 means with a width of 15 characters and no more, right? If you don't do that, if you just do L-explore, it's going to open up one that takes up half the space, right? And no one wants to see that noise, right? Which is why I chucked the 15 in there. And that's all for 5. So this is not a plugin. This you can run right now in your Vim config, right? Just type uppercase L-explore 15 and you're off to the races, right? This is FZF, right? Which you can get from FZF Vim, if you can type, right? It's this thing here. You need to follow the instructions. However, I do think that if you're using NeoVim only, then Telescope is probably the right one for you. As this thing looks almost the same as FZF, I think this is probably just as fast as FZF. Does it not use rip grep? Yes, you can use rip grep for these things, right? So yeah, maybe look at Telescope if you are if you're into it. So TJ streams here on Twitch, and he knows plenty about Vim as well. Okay, so are we able to release this? What's missing? Now I have to go and look on the Discord to see if there's anything in Anathema that needs to be attended to. I have a component creating from parent. I want to have my component generic in such a way that in the my component I can use the attribute for determining some layout options. Are you here, Dottie? Do you want me to show you this? Yeah, it's posting. So if you want to post code, right, I think using... is modproc back up again, right? Yeah, I would use this to share code snippets and stuff, right? Do you want me to show you what I meant, Dottie? I think Skylar is trying to show you as well. Oh, so does FZF, right? I can search through my buffers if I want to, right? I can rip grep through this thing if I want to, right? So there's... I don't know what Telescope offers outside of that, though, right? I think we can do better than that, Skylar. Oh yeah, the canvas widget, Dottie. I think we should throw that away. LSP symbols, that I'm pretty sure that we don't have. Well, okay, I shall stand corrected. Yeah, let's try something, Dottie, because I think I know what you might want to do, and I think I can show you a way of doing this. All right, let's change this thing to... Well, let's just delete this thing, shall we? Fair enough. You just close it like any other buffer, right? :Q to close it, right? You can probably just do BD as well to delete the buffer. Yeah. It doesn't even show up as a buffer. So what keys am I pressing? Yeah, Control WQ is also a way to save and exit. And yes, exactly what Linus is saying. Linus and his terrible tech tips. That's a joke, by the way. These are not terrible tips. These are good tips. All right, so let's see if we can do this for the cursor, okay? I think maybe we can. Let's put the title in here. And we're gonna have a let data equals title hello. Well, that didn't work. Oh yeah, I forgot to refer to this as data. There we go, right? Oh, so it doesn't skip that. You know what? It's a non-issue for now. Thank you for the follow. Svedison. Right, so now the question is, what happens if we take this out? Oh yeah, well, that's gonna break. True. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work, like, as per Skylar's things. You know what? You know what we haven't tried? We're gonna try something completely batty now. We're gonna do this. We're gonna have 1 and 2. And this is 1. This is my friend 1. Alright, so we're gonna do data 1. And then we're gonna do a space. And then we're gonna do data 2. And this will do something. Now, if we were to go over to our index, if this works, I'm gonna be pretty excited about this. Wait, what are you doing? We don't care about you. How does this work? Oh yeah, no, the cursor is not commented out, right? Okay. Fiddlesticks. Okay, it did not work to override 2. It does if we don't assign anything to it. All right. So, but this doesn't let us have defaults. Oh, that was a pain moment. Hello, back. Hello, age. Okay. We can kind of do things with this. But we need an order to these things, all right? There has to be a precedence order, and that's gonna completely me if I try to do that now. This is really funny though, right? So, okay, so maybe, yeah, so the local one is the overriding one, not the other way around. So this makes it hard to do defaults. I wonder how much work it would be to swap these around. So we have 2 here and then override here. That would do the override. So this has to do with widgets. Yeah. I got nothing, Yusuf. Origins. I was wondering if since you already have some kind of benchmark set up, how does it change if you swap your data source to be a B-tree set? How does that affect your runtime? Because it's self-sorting and it should be reasonably fast. Okay, let's go to this file expressions is sort of a nightmarish file. I think if anyone gets into this project, this is the file that's gonna make them wanna leave. Hello, Peter. Yeah, I just put a backdrop on here, but the texture on this thing is pretty unpleasant. So I kind of, but I've found some really nice panels I'm gonna set up if I actually make a YouTube video ever. I had a really nice time yesterday. Me and it was one of those like parent moments that I'll probably remember for the rest of my life, but means nothing to my kid. I went to a coffee shop with my kid. We only brought notepads and pens, and then we sat down together at a table working on YouTube ideas. She was working on her ideas, and I was working on my ideas. She was drinking a hot chocolate, and I was having water because I'm a cheap ass. And it was just so nice to sit there and write together, and we chatted a little bit. And she's like, so what do you think of this idea? And like, what should I do for more ideas? And it was just so wholesome, right? I was very like happy just doing that. Hello, Tomato. How are you doing? Okay, we're gonna get to what is like the sketches thing here, okay? Which has to do with the lookup function. Actually, this is not the sketches thing, right? We're gonna do an ident lookup, and what I want to do is debug this thing. That's what I want to do. So we want to be able to override from the outside. I'm all good, mate. All tickety-boo. All right, let's go to widgets. Let's find expressions. Let's find... Stop putting override everywhere. Lookup. Now we need to put this thing into a state of only use a little bit of our code kind of thing. Let's just change this to let's just have title. Okay, there's our original title. We don't need the position for this. Did I just save a file called / now? No. Good. Okay, so we have one ident here. That is going to be the title. Okay, let's do it. No, that's the wrong one. Also, why did that not work? It's never doing any lookups. That's terrible advice, Filter. Terrible advice. Oh, that's probably because globals are evaluated at compile time. Oh, no. Damn you, efficient pass toggle. Damn you and your nonsense. Okay, we're in the wrong place, and that's how it is. Let's go to templates then. Okay, so let's have a look at the value evaluation. And we're doing a const eval here. Not to be confused with const evil, which is something completely different. Oh no, we can't put a breakpoint there. Can't put a breakpoint here at all, can you? You lemon. We have to go from here. Okay. So we have to go to templates. Statements. Eval. Node. Const eval. All right. Very good, Laurie. Oh, Sphere, so I will show you in a second. Because now we're actually working on a demo for this stuff. But first, we need to debug. Okay, so let's pop into const eval. Imagine if this thing would be super simple. Wait, why are you a list? Oh yes, you are a list. You are a list because we're really gonna go to ident here. Maybe it's as simple as this. No, it's doing globals fetch biscuits. Oh. This is an important one. Yes, that's a good spot. Let me grab this. Thank you for reporting this. Let me grab this and let's go to... That's feature request. Let's do a new one for bugs. Anathema bugs round 1. That'll suffice. Not all elements. Not all elements use attribute get int. Also, not all components use usize as the int type. Right. No, that's just straight up bugs right there. You're absolutely spot on, right? Come on. There we go. Thank you. All right, let's close that one down. Go back from there. So this does a globals fetch, which is rubbish. You can do that, Skylar, if you want to. I would definitely welcome that as a pull request. It is tedious work though, and I don't expect you to do it. It is a tedium. Whew, okay, so this is just gonna get from globals. So what happens with externals then, right? Did not mean to do that. Okay, so what if we change our template now to not have the data on the cursor? What if we do this? This should still obviously work. So where are you fetching the override value from? Are we at this point doing the expression lookup? And maybe but we obviously want const eval, right? Okay. Do we have globals here? No. And no. All right, have a good one. Thank you so much for the gifts, House Poppy. That's super nice of you. Thank you so much. Have a good sleep. Okay. If we transfer the globals into the lookup function, is that a good temporis? I have a friend who's using it now and then. But wasn't it good? If we move the globals here, we can do a lookup at runtime, but then we're paying performance. We're paying a performance cost. What do we do? My meditation is usually just putting a warm cloth over my eyes, and then I'm just lying there listening. I latch onto a sound in my surrounding, dishwasher, construction work, birds, whatever it is. I just latch onto that sound and I lie there for 10 minutes. If it doesn't offer you more than that, then I guess I don't need it. So it doesn't actually defragment and free up space in your head, which is what I thought headspace was. So what do we do? If we add globals here, we could override values and we could give access to globals from within components. We could make globals part of this. This is a pretty big change. So is there anything other than this that's outside? Yes, the canvas widget. All right, I'll just skip it then, temporis. Trying to meditate when you have kids as well, right? You're like, I'm a leaf floating. Daddy, shut up. All right. Peel an orange. Okay, so we could move globals into this thing and then do lookups of global values. That can happen. This has a performance cost of a lookup rather than just storing the strings there. I think we're going to do it. So the two things that are outstanding now, other than the issue that Skylar noted, the two outstanding things now is the canvas widget, which is slow and shit, and this, I think. Then we could release this. It's never going to be bug-free because that's a pipe dream, but I think it should be close to behaving as expected. So let's start by pushing what we have now. Yeah, that's what fixes that. We're adding inner bounds. So should we only do math when it comes to const eval then? I think maybe we do that. So we're adding inner bounds here. I always manage to fuck something up, don't I? Never works, okay? Thank you for the follow. Offset is already an I32. Yeah. Added inner bounds for widgets, so border and padding behaves with positions, with the position element. All right, Temporis, enjoy stickles. Okay, git switch -c feature globals. That'll do. Okay, let's see what's involved in this. This will be the feature. I have to figure out what we're gonna do with the canvas widget. That's gonna be more work than what we're about to do now, I think. So we're gonna start from the runtime. So here are globals. What are we doing with our globals once we have them? We seem to just have them. We are using globals in various places. We have globals in our evaluation context. Okay, so globals are already present. So what we have to do is we have to stop const eval from... We can't even have const eval if we do this. That's kind of frustrating. So constant folding or const evaluation can work if we were to say that you can't override these things. But if we want to make these overridable, then we have to do that. Oh, this is so disappointing. All right. This is so disappointing. I wonder if we could have done... So by doing this, we cannot override. Yeah, we can't do that. Okay. So, how's it going, jokes? If we do this, we do want const folding, right? Or constant evaluation. Because there's nothing here that can change. But if we do this number, we get nothing, and then we add the number here, we are now overriding. But if we add the number, we can't do the. Oh my god, what happens if we do that? Okay, because I put the comma in the wrong place. Thank you, brain. Trying to do me in. Right. But we can't do num here, can we? We can, but then we're not overriding again. So if we only do constant folding on numerical or non-ident related values. So this thing here would not be constant folding. Semicolon. This would not make use of constant folding. So we just refer to the ident because the ident can change. That is kind of okay. We still have to resolve the values at runtime rather than at template compile time, but I don't think the overhead is that bad. So we're going to do this. Otherwise, we would have no overrides. So the order of the override has to go the globals, state, right? So you can always override from the outside. I mean, that makes sense. It would be pretty stupid if you couldn't. So this should, in theory, be possible to do like this. No semicolon. You gotta stop with the semicolon. Oh, hang on. Is it not compiling? Maybe I broke a test. Oh, yeah. I have broken a test. All right. Hang on. Okay. We have no changes. All right. Let's just make sure this is compiling. Cargo test all. Widgets. Let's find this thing. Okay. Test run 309. Do we have a backend here that maybe we can use? Yeah, I should rewrite that. So your local dev, what do you get if you do like a git diff? Have you, like, what change do you have? I think we're gonna fix this thing as well. So we probably have things like, yeah, so we have position and layout. No, that's another thing. This is another thing. So we have to use the context here. String session. Yeah, I'm guessing it's not gonna let us get away with that. But yeah. There's no E in string, is there? Do a cargo clean, Skylar. I am guessing that either you're in the wrong directory, git status, or git diff will show you things, or you have to do a cargo clean. Viewport is missing. Where is the viewport? This problem that I'm fixing now is going to be meaningless to deal with once we have the new runtime stuff in there. That fixed it? Excellent. It's all good. You want a viewport? Anyone want a viewport? So much so. I mean, maybe we should just do what we're supposed to do here. Do we have a backend somewhere? We don't. I think maybe we can use the test backend. There's no test back in it. Come on, man. That's because this thing has no backend. Maybe these tests should be somewhere else. All right, let's make this compile before we throw away everything. Okay, there is a few tests in here, so I don't want to get rid of that, but we're gonna just make this compile. All right, pull latest Skylar for passing tests. Whoops. Cargo test all. All right, so we had some warnings in there. Unused imports. Okay, I don't think that's gonna break the build. Okay. Actions. It did break the build. Broke the test. No, wait, what? Breaking the build, breaking dev. Uncool. All right, let's clean it up then before we commit this. So default widgets. What else do we have? Layout widget, position widget. Layout context, layout filter. As node path. Position. Where's the super business? Whoops. Okay, I'm gonna push another. Let's do a cargo test all. I didn't see anything there. Cargo, Clippy, all. Everything's fine. Cargo, nightly, format, git, commit, amend. Okay. This should now trigger another build, hopefully. There we go. And this thing should not fail. Let's treat ourselves to some delicious water while we're painfully waiting for these slow tests to run. The lint be linting, the test be testing. Okay. So apparently this is wrong. Even though I just ran all of that. Okay. Cargo. Nightly format. Oh my crabby eye. Okay. Git add. Abort. Cancel workflow. Don't waste any resources on that. Fiddlesticks. Too late. All right. We just want the lint to pass. Come on, Linty. Come on, Linty, you can do it. We're gonna delete this bullshit stuff. We know what these are. We are hiding our crimes now. There we go. Okay. All tickety-boo. Now then. What was I talking about? Yes, git branch. Git branch. We're going to switch to feature globals. And now we are going to destroy everything and live with regrets afterwards. So we have to make constant folding be less efficient. So that means that in our const eval, we're going to return none here. This should now break some tests. Not just one, quite a few. We are making it less efficient. So we can override items. If you don't do this, then you cannot have overrides. And if we're going to have third-party components, people want overrides. Then we're going to make external states available in okay, so let's try this out now. Okay, see, now we're getting title override in here, but that's because we're gonna get nothing there. Depends on what kind of efficiency metric you... What efficiency metric? Guinea. So now this part works. This part does not work. Because we have no lookup for this thing. So we're making this less efficient. If we then go over to widgets, to the most heinous of all places, we need to include globals here that we do a lookup for. And we're going to do a scope lookup. And if we don't have one, here we're going to do a globals lookup. I don't even know how we're going to do a globals lookup here, because globals are not the same as scopes. Cache efficiency, what, like CPU cache? I don't check for that. I lay my data out in the prettiest way possible, and then I leave the rest to the compiler and the GPU. If you expect to operate on some entities or structs or whatever in a collection frequently, then just place them together. There's not really much else you can do. Yeah, there's padding. Of course, you can add like bit padding to it. What did I say? Bit? I don't know. But you can add padding to it if you think that helps, right? But I don't check for cache misses or anything like that in my code. I don't write that much critical code. I think this is probably the thing that we're working on that needs the most, right? Major system crash. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. It's very nice of you. Thank you. What a day. What a day to be a day. I'm loving September now. Not just because it's a great month. It's the September as well. Thank you again, major system crash. Okay. So if we look at the globals, it's a bit of a non-answer, Kinney, but it's the best I can have. I mean, I can start making shit up, but that rarely goes anywhere useful. So context fetch will look inside globals. So we're fetching by a key, and the value we get back is an expression. So this means that we have to fetch and evaluate said expression from globals, right? And globals are just variables. Oh, well, guy, we're doing it. We're doing it, man. We're doing it. Let's break everything. So if we get an expression here, then then what do we do from here? We have to sort of start evaluating this thing from without any kind of offset. So we have to do this effectively. No, we have to match on this thing. Okay. Oh my, oh my. Whew. Are we going to return here? Not return. That's not a thing. And then... Right. Was that it? That was kind of anticlimactic. Okay. Well, now we need to get the globals in here. Can we slap the globals on here? Globals has a borrow. Wrong lifetime. Globals. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be some kind of interesting thing. Eval context. Let's follow that use then, so we can pair this up. Let's go to eval. Let's do an evaluation of... Oh no, hang on. We actually have something called globals, which is a get function. Okay then. We have globals, so we're good-ish. All right, we're gonna do our single eval. Where is the value evaluation? Here. Nope. Yes, maybe. Oh, we're passing in globals into the value. Do we have them already? Can we refer to them as self.globals? Get ident. Madre mia. What a strange thing this is. Okay, so that's hideous, but I wonder if this is actually doing the trick. Was this the shortest thing in the world? I set you up there, buddy. Don't leave it on the table. If we say in the title now, Fiddlesticks. Ah, it doesn't work.
I hate you, Rust, and everything you stand for. You're evil. Evil.
All right. Evil. Okay, enough of that. Where's the... Why did this not work? We get a global. If we have a global expression, then we return a future value or that thing. But... Wait. We already... Hang on. We're already doing a globals. Get up here. No. You muppet. This was always there. Oh my god. This was always there. We're already doing a globals get. Oh, but why is it not resolving to that? Okay, it's time to debug. My favorite. So overriding from external state. And here it just fails to do a global lookup. Maybe I bungled my const eval. Let's do what everyone loves. Panics. Okay. We're gonna panic. Alright, the code just looks so clean. I thought it was somewhere else. Expressions, then the lookup over here. All right, so we get an ident. Let's just panic out the ident. Right, the panic is num. All right, I don't want num, and I cannot lie. Let's go to our cursor. Forget you. We're just gonna have data title there. Okay. Data is failing. Do we not have that as an expression? Okay, so data is where it's failing. Let's be a little bit more simple in our minds here by just overriding title. Yes, so we should be getting the title. If I take this out, this should still fail. Now it gives us an override, but we want this to fail. Shit, it's not failing, it's working. I hate this file so much. I hate this file so much. This file is the worst file. This is the worst file in the world. I hate this file so much. This is bloody well working. I can't hybrid. You can see that we have the inner title and then we can just override it from the outside. But if we put another map in here, it fails here. And I do not know why. And that is most likely because we are not combining the hash maps, right? Like we do here. If A is hello here and B is bye, let me get rid of this. And then we say A is greetings and B is bzz. Okay, now if I change this to A, actually, this is what I want to do. This should now merge them. So we should get greetings and bye like so, because it's merging these two. I would love it if we could merge data as well. But maybe we can't. Maybe we're overwriting the data then. And I should just shut up and be happy with it. Maybe we don't allow and like that level of data merging. It is kind of up if you do, I guess. No, I think that's fine. You can still merge things from the outside by having like a global theme. I think we're done. I think this is fine. You cannot override data. You cannot override parts of a hash map by pushing another hash map in there. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Okay, so this means that we have to write down how this stuff works. But before we do anything, let's just see how much stuff I broke other than what I just broke. And then we have to go and fix that. So let's find the const eval bit. If we bring this back again, this should stop working. See, it's either this or this, right? This will only work if we flip it. We cannot override what's inside from the outside. But now we can by disabling the const eval, which is here. Yeah, I think this is fine. So the other thing that people wanted was to be able to access these values now. We should still be able to do mathematical overrides. So let's do that first, right? Let's say that A is 100 here, and then here A is 1. Yeah, why don't you just do random things, fingers? I love you for doing that. So here, if we do 100 plus A, we're going to get 101 because of override. Now we're going to get 2. No, I'm an idiot. That should not give us 101, should it? Oh, wait. There we go. 200 turns into 101. Because we have the override. Yes. Okay. Now we have a bunch of tests that are failing, so we have to see to that now. All these const evals are failing because they are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. All right. We could try to be clever and check if keys exist, otherwise fall back to the const eval value, but we're not gonna do that. Let's make sure that no other tests are failing here, that it's only the... Well, this one doesn't have a lot. That it's only these ones that are failing. Yeah. Okay, so I'm all right with this. We'll pay the piper. Before we get on with it, though, actually, no. Let's fix this. All right, I'm gonna hide you guys for a second. Templates, bacon test. There we go. And let's start with declare twice const folding. Declare twice const folding. So we're gonna declare A and B points to A, and const eval B should now just be an ident. Okay. So we're not really doing constant folding when we have the override. want to throw these optimizations away, but I have no choice. We have no choice. Then there is no declare twice const folding. This doesn't do anything. Actually, it does. This should be ident A. No? Okay. Who's complaining? What do you return? A box, and output is an expression. Okay. Yeah, so that's what we dereferenced that one. No, because that would still be evaluation. This can only be B. It's painful, hybrid. We're throwing tests away. There is no declare twice constant. There is no constant folding for this. All right, eval map. So declare A, B, C. C is 1. No. Again, this is just gonna be a map. Nothing else. I would have zero feelings whatsoever about that, Rebel. My wife makes loads more money than I. How do you think I can sit here and stream with you guys all day, every day? All right. I think upskilling isn't necessarily what you're paying someone for either. Sometimes someone might make more than you because they put up with more bullshit than you do, right? Or sometimes they make more money than you because that's how the world works, right? It's like, this is outside of our control, right? You only say that to make yourself believe that? In my opinion, why do you think that? Why is it your opinion that, I don't know if you're talking to me or TikTok, but if you're talking to me, why is it your opinion that I say that to make myself believe that? Why is that? How did you get there, right? I'm okay with this conversation. We can do this. Oh man, I'm gonna have to throw away this too. No, global declaration should not be thrown away. Oh no, it's still const eval. Are you talking to me or TikTok? Because I don't know. I don't know, Rebel. When you say you and there's like both me and TikTok. Me? What gave you the impression that I feel an emptiness, right? Okay. Because I don't know how I'm perceived by other people, right? So recently, I was very sad because a beloved family pet died, and that took out some. It was difficult, right? It took something from me, right? But I'm done with those feelings. So I'm wondering where that thought comes from, Rebel. Oh, I don't think anyone's saying that anyone is insecure or have a weakness. I don't think weakness or insecurity is even part of this conversation right now, right? So, okay, global declarations doesn't mean anything either in this case. So I'm going to have two things going. I'm going to have my monologue here, and I'm going to engage in this conversation. First, I have to have a spouse. I feel like that we could have taken that joke somewhere, right? Couldn't we? Our dating relationship shouldn't be a competition. Just do your work. Do what works. If your partner isn't bothered that you earn less, then the problem comes within, right? Welcome back, Temporis. You're coming back to some hot conversations, right? Some hot topics. I've just managed to make globals overrideable in the template. So, Skylar, let me show you this, what we can do now. So I can have my template here with A as part of this thing. And now I can override A where I'm using this thing. So now we have value override, even though they are template values, right? So Rebel, let me talk a little bit about my own personal history, okay? When I met my wife, I was homeless, but not in a I was homeless because I didn't have a home, which is generally the definition of homeless, right? But I wasn't homeless living on the street. I was homeless riding around on a motorbike in Europe and making decent amount of money, right? This is not a money flex. This is my wife at the time worked as a teacher and I was a consultant and I had client work and very little expenses in terms of, rent and such, right? So when we met, I was probably making twice as much as her a year, right? And she got promoted and I stopped being a consultant more or less. So now she makes more money than I do. And I said to her that you're going to... No, you can't ignore it, Rebel, right? You cannot ignore problems don't go away, right? What was I mumbling about, right? Anyway, yes. So my wife do not care one bit, okay? Because it's not just these two things, okay? I have given up my entire life to be with my wife, okay? I and this is my choice, right? I lived in a very nice house, somewhere very nice and warm. I was making pretty decent amount of money. My life was basically just programming and eating really good food. That was my life, and swimming in the pool, one of them, whichever I felt in, like whichever one I fell into, right? We live in a house with two pools, right? She wasn't happy, right? Now I loved living there. To me, it was warm, nice. People were friendly. I assume I didn't understand them, but she wasn't happy, right? And she said so. One day, we were standing in the kitchen and she said, I'm not happy here. And I said, okay, pack things up and we leave then, right? My child was born. So my child has her friends where we live now. I don't want to live here. It's a beautiful country. People are possibly nice. What do I know? They don't talk to me. They do, against my will. But jokes aside, I moved somewhere I never wanted to live. This would be one of the last places on earth that I would like to live in, right? If I was alone and I had a say in it, I would be back where we started if it was down to me. But my wife wasn't happy there. And her unhappiness becomes my unhappiness very quickly. Sorry, that was a joke. That was too easy. Every time something like this comes up in our house, I will literally say to my wife, I'm feeling very insecure. It could be something like this. I'm feeling insecurities about things today. And like, sweetie, you have to understand this is not, I don't really call it sweetie, not in that sense. That's a bit too condescending, right? But I'm not going to share my pet names for my wife on stream. So I say, strong, independent woman, right? I am feeling insecure about this situation today. And whatever the situation is, right? I might have failed at doing some goal I set out to do in life or whatever. And insecurity might not be related to her at all, right? I am super thrilled that my wife earns more money than I do, right? It makes it possible for me to do this. But here's the thing, Rebel. My wife makes a lot more money than I do, but I gave up my life to the life that I wanted to live if I would have been on my own. Right? I gave up that life so that my wife could be happy. And in turn, she will give up a lot of her. What has she given up, right? I'm kidding, of course, I'm kidding. I can't be too serious all the time, right? Or ever. But she has given up a lot for me as well. But these things don't feel like sacrifices, okay? And I've said this to my wife. One of the first things I said when we ended up here, I said, I am here on my own volition, by my own choice. At no point should you ever feel guilty that I am here and I don't love being here. Once a year, I will throw a fit because I get so miserable, and it lasts for about a day. I will sulk like a little baby in the sofa and I'm having one of my misery moments because I don't want to be here. And it'll pass. And my wife is very accommodating about that. She either ignores me while I'm crying in the corner. Sorry, I gotta stop with the jokes, right? But to care if a spouse makes more or less than you is to sum up your relationship and value it monetarily. And I don't think anyone does that, right? Unless you work as a prostitute, which I don't think either of you do, right? Yeah, sorry, hybrid. I'm trying to be serious, but I keep just saying stupid shit on top of the serious stuff. It's like when I give my wife a compliment, I will just say something stupid afterwards and walk away so she doesn't have to give me one back. I don't know why. But no, it's very archaic to care about how much money your spouse makes, right? And to put any focus in that, right? I mean, it's like this. Do we add value to other people's lives that we are in? Oh, thank you so much, Temporus. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Temporus is adding value to my life right now. Hat time, we haven't had hat time for a while. I don't know where the hat is. I'm going to have to go and get the hat in a second. I'm going to have to go and find it. But this is it. A relationship between two people is composed of compromise and sacrifice. And as long as we're willing to make these sacrifices and understand each other, there's not one aspect of the relationship that makes up the entire relationship, right? Maybe you are really good to do everything. Maybe you're really good at fixing things around the house. Maybe you are the one who keeps everything, nice and tidy. Maybe you are the one who spends more time with the kids. Maybe you're the one, whatever your contribution is not nullified by the fact that someone has more money, right? I would celebrate the fact that my wife makes more money. But then again, we have a shared economy. We always have had. At one point, she was a student. She was a student at a music school in London, and I was working full time, and I was working as a consultant, which means I worked like 12 hours a day, like a lunatic, until you get sick, right? An ulcer is just part of your biology, right? No, but she was a student, and we lived in a flat in London, which is not free. I was paying for everything. Now that we live here in nonsense land, she pays for most of the things, right? There is no, how much have you paid over the years? Oh, I'm going to pay you back, right? You can't, in my world, I can't borrow money from my spouse, right? I can't spend my money, because my money and her money are the same money, right? We have shared bank accounts, we have shared credit cards, and we have shared economy. We take turns in managing the economy, right? And I'm just waiting for it to be her turn, right? I've been waiting a few years now. I said to my father-in-law, I said to him when he was alive, I said, "Oh my God, your daughter is so bad with money." And he turns around and he looks at me and goes, "Yeah, I don't envy you that one. That's your problem now." I was like, "No." I not a functional relationship. Don't most people do? The thing is, we are very, very good at one thing, me and the wife, right? To listen to each other. You did not think that was going to go there. We talk. We have moments when we talk. And I don't hide anything from my wife. And she doesn't hide anything from me, except the things that we want to hide. Okay? You don't have to share every insecurity. You don't have to share every negative feeling. You don't have to share everything that you're experiencing that is wrong. Okay? You don't have to share that. Right? Our spouses are not emotional pack mules for us, but I have the freedom to talk to her about it, right? I can say, okay, take the YouTube thing, okay? So my wife is going to do something remarkably good of her life. She's going to quit working and go back to school. That's going to cost a lot of money, and it's going to completely tank our living situation, right? So I said, okay, I will do my best to improve our situation. Okay, do not if anyone gives a sub to me during this conversation, I will time you out. Okay, because I'm not fishing for money, right? I want to be clear on this thing. So I said, okay, you know what? I'm gonna up my game, all right? And I'm gonna up my game. I'm gonna do the YouTube thing and see if I can get that to take off, right? Because a bit of YouTube ad revenue is not gonna go wrong. So I'm under a lot of stress to make that happen before my wife starts these studies, right? We're going to sell the house so we get money for her to do the studies, okay? There's no benefit in this, no immediate benefit in this for me, right? She's going to make less money than me. We're going to lose our home, right? There's all these things are happening, right? But I'm happy to do this for her. She did suggest that maybe we should buy a boat and live on a boat. And she said that as a joke, but I got really excited for 5 minutes about this thing, right? What helps for us, Temporis, is that we do not care too much about these things, right? There is no... She wants new clothes, she'll buy new clothes, right? I want something that doesn't belong to my business. I'll buy it. But we don't make any large purchases without talking to each other, right? I didn't buy anything. We bought the car with money that was saved up for her new job, right? And that drained like all our savings. And that's okay because she can do the job. She gets a new car and okay, we'll get back to that one, right? I'm kidding again. I get to do what I love to do. I get to write Rust. I get to hang out with you guys, right? Alright, anyway, the long and short of it is this, right? The long and short of it is this. You should be able to talk to your spouse about how you feel, okay? If the moment you treat a relationship as if it's a winner and a loser in the relationship, right? Then you've created a power dynamic in your relationship that shouldn't be there in the first place, right? You are there to lift each other up, okay? As part of a relationship. It comes with good and bad things, right? I think it's very nice to be able to say, I could say to my wife, I could pick up the phone and says, "Hi, baby, you know what I thought about today? I don't make even half as much money as you do. why are you even with me? And she would say, well, I'm not with you because of your money, because that would make me a prostitute. She wouldn't say that, but I would think that. And I don't care about the money you make or not, right? Because it's not enough to be cared about. I gotta stop it, man. I gotta stop it. Let's do this thing. Let's do this thing. I was supposed to get a hat. I have to go and dig the hat out. It's gone away from this room. It's gone on an adventure, and I think the child spilled something on it as well. Don't worry about it, Rebel. Right? But can't you buy both, though, Rebel? And arguably, if my family suffers from the heat, I'm not going to buy a VR headset for me. I will buy the air condition first. The family comes first. That's very, very simple. The family comes first. What the needs of my child and my wife are together trumps the needs of me. All right? Now, if my wife wants an Xbox and I want a PlayStation, we would obviously buy a PlayStation because Xbox fucking sucks, right? It's all like some things are just common sense. But when it comes to things like this, if AC is needed only 10 days per year, it's debatable. But that's not how humans work, though, Rebel, okay? Let's say that you have 10 days of intense heat. The month before these 10 days, your spouse might go into permanent anxiety because they don't know how they're going to sleep during this time, and that starts the sleep deprivation there already, right? I'm not saying this is how it is. I'm saying that it's simplifying it, right? It's making it black or white, right? But it might be the case that during the rainy months of the year, I am miserable, right? But the time leading to the rainier days, the misery starts before the rain, right? Because I know it's coming, right? No, August. That's when you got. That's when you get the what was it called? The Ouya. That's where you get the Ouya, right? Yeah, family comes first. The needs comes first, okay? Solving discomfort comes first. Happiness and joy are important, but other things has to come second, right? But then the question is do you have to make a choice, right? There will always be something for your family. No, but I don't think that's true, Rebel, right? There are always things for your family, but some things are more important than others, all right? Some things are more important. But again, this depends entirely on your relationship. If I said to my wife, I'm going to take all our savings and I'm going to buy this like panel wall, she would be like, do you really have to do that? And I'd be like, yeah, because I really want to. And she would just go, okay, do it then, right? But then I'm also shouldering the responsibility to make sure that my family is fed, right? If she goes and buys makeup for £6,000, she's going to have to make sure that me and the child are fed, right? Why even consider Switch? I think the Switch has unique titles though, right? The Nintendo Switch is probably the only console that's worth buying these days, right? But no, you gotta do what makes you and your family happy. It's all about compromises, right? Emulate the Switch on the Steam Deck? That sounds a little bit dodgy to me. This is true, Skylar. Unless you buy really stupidly expensive makeup, right? I just gave her some watercolors, but apparently that wasn't good enough. Yeah, I right now only have the DS and the 3DS and the Switch. We had a Nintendo 64 at some point. I've had the Wii at some point. But yeah, the only one I never played much on was the Wii U. I had the 8-bit and the 16-bit as well, right? Yeah, why not hybrid, right? Save some money, will you? Okay, so what am I doing? Yeah, so we did this thing, and now I have to go and unravel all these beautiful tests, right? Because we don't have constant folding anymore. It's so depressing. A bit of food in the eye, that will also do it, right? No, but really, Rebel. See, this is the problem when you don't have a shared economy, because you're in. There's nothing wrong with it. Many people live like this, right? I think most people live like this. But with a shared economy, there's never a case of my money, your money, right? There's never a case of this is mine, this is yours. And it's not just the economy, right? It's everything. We share everything. We share. I mean, I don't love it when she uses some of the kitchen things that and when she uses the nice knives, I just mumble and then I go in and start sharpening the knives, right? But jokes aside, we share everything. We even share our problems, right? And I find that it's really easy because I never have to think about I want this, but I don't have enough money. It's more like I want to buy this, and if there is money in our shared economy, then I can buy it. If she says I want to buy this before I say I want to buy this, and she uses up all the money to pay for this, then there is nothing left over for me. That's just how it works, right? But early birds and all that. But we are not people who care about things that much, right? I mean, I have a heinous amount of stuff. Don't get me wrong. I've accumulated a lot of camera gear, and my computer was certainly not cheap. That's a corporate expense, though, right? That's the only thing where things are different. I have a company account that she cannot spend money from because their revenue would come after us if we did, right? You don't need two adults that are responsible with money, Skylar. You need one adult that is responsible with money and manage the economy, right? If you need two adults, that's implying that one adult is going to deceive the other one, right? It's a relationship, not the blockchain, right? You only need one adult who's responsible with money and say, no, if you buy this blouse, that means we'll end up on the street next week. And they go, okay. It's a very nice blouse though, right?
You big blouse.
But yeah, no. Shared economy, if it works. Shared everything, if it works. It makes life so much easier because there's never any yours and mine. There's only ours. Okay. Can we do eval index? No. Can we do list const eval? No. Can we do dyn eval? List that? No. Can we do map const eval? No. We can't do any of these. All the tests are meaningless. Okay. So in that case, let's just start with some simple addition, okay? So we're gonna declare A is equal to nothing. We can't declare anything, that's why. This is where I've gone wrong. It's the notion of a declaration that is wrong. So instead, we're just going to have const eval where we start with a number of 1 and a number of 2. And then we add these together. And these are going to be our expressions. So then we're going to have add. And we eval this expression, and our output is going to be a number of 3. I can math. And that's it. This is the kind of const eval we can do. Why does it suck that your wife makes money though, right? Isn't it just good? Imagine if she made no money. And if your wife offers to give you money, there's like, we can't. We have to get over ourselves, okay? If the notion of accepting money from another person because that person is a woman and you're a man and these stereotypes are worth something to you, get over yourself, right? There is no, what is this, right? I'm a man. I'll do manly things like lift the car when we're gonna change a tire, headbutt the door open, even when it's locked, and make money, right? There's no like, there are certain things that you have to do as a man, right? You have to headbutt some other parent who's also a man if their kid is a dick to your kid. This is a joke, by the way. But all the other stuff, if I you know what? Should we, as an experiment, see what happens if I text my wife and say, I feel insecure because you make more money than me? I wonder what she would say. Oh my god, where's the minus sign? Yeah, that is not okay. Sub does not exist. There we go, right? No, don't do that. My wife wouldn't care. If I texted my wife now and I said, I discovered that I identify as one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and I want you to call me Smelly Bean from now on, she would just roll her eyes and put the phone down. But Rebel, don't worry about it. Look at it as personal development to not be caught up in stereotypes, right? So we can do add and we can do subtract. What else should we do? We can do division and multiplication. But I feel like that's not doing an awful lot here. Don't open this door and come back to haunt you later. Tell your wife you're now officially the author of the most popular TUI library in the T-bit community. Well, you gotta add the T. Do you know I cannot stress how uninterested my wife is in this part of my life, and that is entirely okay. She does not have to be impressed by me. Or impressed by me. I'll make it my job to make her laugh once a day. Usually I just pull my pants down. You saw that one coming, didn't you? No, she did. Anyway, where's this thing? We don't need that. I forget that this is not that kind of stream. But yeah, I try to impress my wife. And that's because I want to. I feel like even after all this time, I want to impress her. Like when we were young. You were never young. Okay then, so we don't need the ident there. So what should we do for this thing? We should just put an underscore, right? Which turtle do I identify? The smelly one. I don't know which one that is. We're gonna add division to this as well. The Great Divide. There we go, right? Okay, it's not as nice as it could be, right? Because we got rid of all that const eval stuff, but here we are again, right? The rust turtle. Non-quadrary or turtle. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness, Cretaceous. This is going places, isn't it? Okay, so we've done this now. Let's patch this in. Yeah. Goodbye, all you beautiful tests. What's the next thing we're going to do now? We are going to... We're gonna do a cargo format on this thing. And a cargo clippy. That's nothing to do with Git. Cargo clippy. All right. And what are we adding here, right? I want to change career to front end X full stack. I don't know what this means. What's front end X full stack? I'm not sure if I should focus on that or cloud X AI. Is X or in this conversation? What do you think interests you, right? If you think that JavaScript or front end is gonna interest you, then just go with it, right? But that doesn't make any sense. There's like 7,000 careers listed here. You can't have cloud and AI and AWS and cybersecurity. This is a lifetime, okay, of stuff. And you can't have front end and full stack because front end is part of full stack, right? So we cannot say that X is and. X becomes or. I think you guys are just making shit up now, okay? I think you just... What part of English did you guys take where X is and, okay? Come on, man. At most, it's multiplication, okay? Where do you feel like all your skepticism or cynicism and negative energy is coming from, Rebel, right? Where do you feel is the source for all of this stuff, right? Okay, so what are we committing here? We are doing... I took American. No, that doesn't work. What's wrong with being a solo entrepreneur? When did that become a bad thing? Okay, so what are we committing here? Global overrides. Global overrides. That's what we're gonna push. All right, let's make a pull request out of this, but not to main, because that would be dodgy. Instead, we're gonna do it here. And we're gonna wait for that to finish. Look at it says green tick, but then it's not really green. Oh, there you go, green. So added will work, right? Because togglebit was taken. You guys are Englishing on a level that is beyond me and my terrible language skills. It's unknown at this moment. Yeah, someone took togglebit here, and then they didn't do anything. They just don't do anything, right? Come on, man. You could have given this to me. And they're a C++ developer too, right? All right, we're gonna merge this PR and delete the branch. There we go. Git switch dev, git pull. All right. Git branch dash D, feature globals by. Okay, now then. Now we have global overrides, so I'm gonna post that on the Discord. So there is a record of that. So we'll do an update. It's now possible to do global overrides, and then we'll share an example here. All right. Oh, we don't need that one. We should have a better example. Why don't we just write like this? Let A equals hi, and then text is A. Let's just take this out, right? And then, and I was just wondering why this thing wasn't doing anything, but hello. Right? So if you do this, whoops, if you do this, here A can be overridden and now we're gonna find the index and we'll do this. Nope, I pressed the wrong button and Discord decides to throw shit at me for it. There we go, right? Yeah, it's too late to change though, right? I don't like hyphens in my names. It's confusing me. All right, it's more characters to type, right? Hyphen is hard to type. Yeah, but that to me is a given, Scott. So the child comes before me and the wife, and then the wife before me, and then me. Unless it's something that actually requires work, then it's me and everyone else can just right off, right? Okay, so what was the next thing to do? To have access to the external state. To have access to the external state inside our application. So if we now create, we have our cursor component here. And if we were to do something with a key press here, we would like to be able to fetch some data from the external state here. All right, so let's try that. So context.get A. I think we can try to make this happen. But before we do that, we need to have something that is an external state for this. Now, I don't know if we're going to do this. I'm gonna hope that's not true. All right, I'm gonna hope that's not true. Okay, so how do we have our well, there's scopes, right? Can we share the scope here for this thing? That means we have to ask the runtime rather politely at that. This might come at a little itty bitty of an expense. Yes. Here we are. Oh. We can't. I don't think we can. Okay, we have to go to the templates instead. Where is component? Okay, what does this state look like at this point? No, I don't think people want hyphens in the GitHub name. People don't want hyphens in the URLs either, right? Hyphens, like, no, the runt of the character litter. Okay, so we're gonna do const eval to get our state. Hello, Enrico. How you doing? Why are you guys always turning up at the same time with the same colored username as well? This is getting very sus. Very sus indeed. You pre-recorded. I think so, Twitch. Okay. Right, we have to debug this state. Well, we're gonna just panic out this state. Oh no, we can't. I read it, but there's nothing to answer that question with, Bean Juice. What do you want me to answer, right? I already had my soul-bearing moment today. You missed it because you had a little bit of a lie, okay? Now you can set the color of your username if you want. Some people don't, and then it's gonna alternate. So what do we do here? Let's go to find. What are we looking for here? We have to go through this. So let's go to the templates, statements, eval, and then component. And then here's our state. This is the first thing we're going to evaluate. How you doing, Apollo? So I felt a bit bad yesterday, Apollo, because I thought like maybe you got a bit offended by the conversation and you didn't take it in like a light-hearted fashion. All right. Maybe we shouldn't have these conversations, Apollo. Okay, so this state is none. And uh-oh. What's the state now? But it is a map. Let me get back to you on that one, Bean Juice. See, this is adding complexion because we end up with this map that is the expression, and that's good because that means we have a map. What is bad is that this map is a map of expressions, right? Okay, let's try this. Let's start off with two states. No, we already have a state there. Okay, that's fine. No, nothing wrong with the map of expressions. Map of expressions is good, but where do we put this thing now? We put it on the component, all right? What happens with this map over at the component evaluation stage, right? No, that's built into Vim if I need to, right? If I need some kind of tree, what have you, I'll just do that. Yeah, I think net RDubs is fine, right? Okay, so we store this on the component as a hash map of expressions. This means that we cannot access this thing directly, which is somewhat problematic. So we have to get out of here and we have to go to widgets, eval, which is probably under nodes. When we eval a component, we are looking at the state map here. So we have a state map that we return as our external. If I can use this state map, then we are bloody well golden. But I don't know. This project is so big, I can't keep track of it. It's there. We have the external state. Then we're going to have to try something really funky. I am super chuffed about this. We can get the external state to be part of the context, maybe. Okay, so where do we get... here's the tree with component thing. Here's a component. And now, is it this component that contains external state? It does. Okay. Now, we can't do that. Is that an option? Yeah. So when we create our component context, we can pass in a reference to component.external state. Yeah, like so. Option, a reference to an option of a... Let's not do a reference. Let's do an option to a reference of external state. I cannot stress how cool this will be if we can make this thing fly. Where does this thing come from? External state. Why can we not refer to this? Is this not... Oh, right. Well then, okay. Or not okay? That's in nodes component. Which means we have to do components. External state. Okay. Then we need a lifetime here. Ship. We end up with an additional lifetime on here. That is not good. We can try to get away from it through this. Now this just becomes as ref. So we get an option of that. This is really good. This is really good, I think. We just have to... I mean, okay, let's not get too excited about this because this thing can go to pot pretty quickly. So the component context... Actually, it's the untyped context that I want this on. Or... where is this thing used? I think maybe that's what we need. No, this seemed to be so related to that. No, we have the component context here. We can do this. Okay. Damn, why is that not? Right. Okay, so what is it that you would return then? Why are we having both there? Hang on, I might have jumped the gun a little. The key is a string and a value index. Why is that? Okay. Why do we have a value index as part of the key? This seems bad. Well, we don't have the value index on here though, so the value index needs to live somewhere. But how is this supposed to be? How is this supposed to work then? Maybe this should become a small map as well. Where is this actually used? Here. Okay, how about we find... Not that. Where's the eval stuff? This is it. So we have already created this. That would imply that we need like a double lookup, and that sucks. We could make this into a small map instead, which would boost the performance of this. Okay, so where is the external state being used then? We assign it here. And where is it being used? Maybe we have to look through the component here. Here, it's clearly being used for something. All right, we don't need the index there. We do need the index here. But that means we can store the index with a value. So we don't need the index away from the value, right? I see no reason why the index cannot be attached to the value in this case. And we can change the hash map to a small map instead. There's never going to be that much state anyway. So let's start by doing that. So we change this thing to a small map. Then we're going to move the value index to be part of this instead. So now we broke a lot. But I think this should be fine. If we just sort of unpack this. No, it isn't, Rust. That's a hash map. That is. Okay. That probably is empty. Yeah, it is. Right. So insert is called set. And we're setting the key and the value. Okay. Now we need an iter function that iterates over everything. And this does iterate over everything. So this is going to be an iteration over the key and the value. This isn't bad. There is no iter mute. We can make this happen though. We're going to find the iter function. And make this thing mutable. Actually, we're just going to copy this whole block. And just replace or add mute to this thing. Welcome to the Discord. That has to be mutable. That means that all of this is mutable as well. And that's it, right? Then this is the key. That's the index and the value. Wow, what a simple upgrade that was. Okay. We have 2 warnings. I don't know why, so let's have a quick look. All right, hash map in components. Don't need that. And in nodes eval. Don't need that. Okay. I probably broke a bunch of tests doing this. No, I didn't. That's fine. So the API stays the same. Then we should now be able to go back to our runtime and implement this. And that's going to be the bee's knees. Where's my get function? Where's the context get? There. Okay. Whoops. What is this? It's nothing. That isn't right. Is Rust Analyzer being a dingus again? Yeah, it is. So we're just going to map this to a value, to an eval value, which means this will have to become a common val. Most likely. We are almost done with this, which will make this thing incredibly good. This has to be read-only, because you cannot preserve this. Ah, man, I am very concerned about this. There has to be something I'm not thinking about here. Unknown and unknown. Okay. Yeah, Rust Analyzer is just soiled itself here, isn't it? Yeah, we don't care about the small index here. This is the value. Now we have to map this value. We have to call toCommon on this thing. Is that the right function? No, load common val. So that probably returns an option of an either. Okay. Then we have to go to and then, because we're chaining these two. And now we're almost there. So we have an either. We have references, so the reference will be tied to self here. So we have to do this though. Now we have to dereference this. So we have to see what an either value actually looks like. Rust Analyzer is struggling a lot today. I wonder if there's... maybe we should do like a system update. Apparently not. Let's find either. We can just call toCommon on this thing. Fiddlesticks. Oh, come on. This close. We're very, very close. We just have to get a common value out of this thing. We could get the either value and return something that impulse into deref of a common val. Maybe. This will create an owned common val. I don't love this. Do we have a deref for this thing? We can't do that either. Oh, so close. Okay. Okay. We could return a cow here. But wait, why is this a reference to something owned? Right? Oh, that's why. This API is a little bit painful. Actually, it's very painful. I don't know which one of these is causing the issue. So, and it doesn't help that Rust Analyzer is being a complete nonsense. Let's just close it all down. Can leave the demo there, but which one of these is that's failing? We have ownership of self here. That's a reference, and that's a shared state. Okay, this is a pain point. And this is, I think this might be the only blocker right now that's keeping us from actually doing this. Where is the lifetime of A? Because of the state? Where does the flipping state come from? So either owns the common val or the shared state. I don't know how we're gonna solve this. We take ownership of self when we do this. So loading the common val creates the either. All right, hang on. I need a quick break. All right, there we go. Oh man, I'm so hungry. All right, I haven't eaten any breakfast today. But okay, I want to fix this issue. This is what I want to solve. If we can solve this, then we might have external state accessible in the components, and that would be great. We could return the either, which is a little bit rubbish to do. How does this work when it comes to loading attributes? Let's have a look at that, because that's going to suffer a similar predicament. That comes from widgets query. Query has attributes. And attributes is a get function. All right, because it will try to do that. We're never returning. And an eval value. We're never really returning this. So this interface needs to be changed as well. It's a little bit rubbish. I think we're going to work on that at some point. But I would love it if we could do this. We could just return an either for now and see how that works, just to try it out. But I don't think either is public. It is. Okay. So we have get. We're never going to have get mute. There should not be mutable access. So in here now, in our main function, on a key press, we should be able to do this. Okay. So according to this, we can now grab A out of the context, convert it to a common value, and access that value. That did not work. There it is. There it is. Goodness me, I'm hungry. Okay. Right. So let's make a change to this now. So if we go to our main template, sorry, our cursor template. We even got the right one. So if I go to our index aml and I take away the override, right, so that didn't work anymore. Okay, that was not the expected behavior. This is it now. Is this gonna work? Why are we not getting any breakpoints happening? Oh, why is this not happening? Okay. Let's try to just do away with this and then we print this crap. And we do this on tick instead. And then we're going to set the frame rate to 1. And then we change this to tick. No key. Oh, it fails straight up. Main 25. Why? Oh, because this isn't an external state. It's a global value, it's not an external state. Okay, we're not quite there. We might need globals to be part of this too. But globals are expressions. Expressions cannot become anything else. And to make matters worse, let's do this. Let's create a state. We have the cursor states here of X and Y. So if we don't do any of this jazz now, this does nothing, right? So this should print out 0. It does not. Why? Because we don't use the cursor state. All right. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we're good. All right. So this will print out 0. So now 0 is an ident in globals. All right. How do we store this? How do we make this accessible to the rest? Okay. This will get it out of the external context. We know the override sequence goes from internal to external. This is how we can have overrides that matters. Although arguably we could still, right? This raises another question. It should now be possible for me. And if this works, at least I'll be a little bit happy. We should now be able to say that X is some other value. And it flipping well works. Yes, because we have an FPS of bloody 1. So it takes forever for it to update. Okay, this works. So we always have access to the external state now. But what happens when that state is also a state, right? So I say the X is outer X here. This does not exist. So it just falls back to the inner X. Okay, that's cool in its own right. Then let's make a main state for this thing. Where other X is a value. And we're going to impl main state. And we're going to create a value out of that. Now we have to have a component for this thing, right? So we're going to have a main component. Okay. Okay, so our index is now registering with a main component and a main state. Still says 0. Is this gonna say 1, 2, 3? No. Let's disable that. Other, not outer. Okay, so it's a typo. Okay, and then if we swap this around now, that is very good. More importantly, what is happening here? Shit. Panics what's happening. Unwrap on a none. Wrong value. It's working. We can access state from another value. Oh my god. Okay. So this is really good. The only thing we cannot do is have the fallback on the global values, because the global values contains expressions. These expressions are going to be evaluated somewhere. So if we go to our... I mean, we could just store a scope maybe to this. But there's a lot of reconstructive surgery happening to this thing if we do that. Back to my favorite file expression. Lookup function. Okay, so in this case, we're just evaluating the value and returning it. Which means we need all this scope and everything. So we would have to write this value into... But then this becomes the question. Do we write a value into a new bucket for every widget? So the widget has access to its data. Or do we just accept external values? There isn't a reason to store this data because it's in the template. But it wouldn't be a... No, see, therein lies the rub, right? Because you can have an external value pointing, or you can have an internal value pointing to an external value. So you can have an expression that is just an ident. You can have an internal value pointing to an external value. So to really make things complicated, think about this. Here we have an internal value, but this is going to point to X. Forget all this now. We don't care about that. So the internal value points to X. Internal, if we now say that X is outer X, this should still work. And it does. But we would never be able to query what the internal value is. Because it's a global value. It's an expression and it will only be evaluated once. Actually, that's not true. That's not true at all. How does this hang together? So we can just make this as our first pass though. This will fail because this is not part of external state, and we can only get from external state. So we can call it get external then. Actually, we can't even mention global values like that, right? What we can do is we can still use I think maybe this is what we do for now. Then the only thing that we're gonna add to this release, and then I think we might release a beta of this. The only thing I think we're gonna add to this, well, this thing has to change. So common val has to undergo some changes, but the canvas widget needs to be rewritten because it's an atrocity. It is really, really bad. But I think that this is fine. If all the tests are passing, format is there, Clippy. Clippy be good. Okay, that's it. Let's make sure that this is actually passing now. Okay. All right, let's catch up with you guys. Sure. I tend to, if they're like super simple, I just tend to, you know, sort them out myself, but it's fine. I can try to do it, yeah. Sorry, I'm so hungry. I'm barely functioning. Yeah, this is good. But now you've missed this part. This is not the same code. This is not the same code. Yeah, so you're changing the behavior of the function. What will happen here if the width that we return is -1? Do you see the issue? So this one should stay the same, right? No, it wouldn't. It would give you size max value, almost. Same thing here. You made it saturate at 0. What? Have you changed this function? Wait, what happens here? So you just return 0 if it's negative. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, that's good then. This is very good. So usize is gonna call uint then, right? This calls uint. Okay, in that case, this looks pretty good. I have one request to make, Skylar. Maybe not for this. Wait, get usize does uint. It's not really relevant, but it would have different implications on different machines, wouldn't it? It's not important. No, this is fine. All right, if the comment is incorrect, you want to fix the comment? Hello, fix it. How you doing? How is your stream? Yeah, this one is definitely fine. That one's fine. Can it? Because yes, it can. Doing good, VR. How you doing? This record any state value of any numerical type into a U64. That is wrong. Into a usize. So yeah, so I would mention that this thing truncates as well. All right, have a good one. Fix it. Thank you for the raid. So mention that this would truncate. All right, let's do a refresh. See which goes. So this is fine then, right? These are all the usize. This seems a little bit excessive. Why do we need to do this? This would return an option. So get usize returns an option of a usize. All right. So why are we doing a try into here? Because right is not... What is right in this case? That's the padding widget. Let's have a look at the default widgets. Yeah, that you're right. That's why. Do we not have a get integer for this? Yeah, we have a get int, which will get the value. Yeah, maybe this isn't... Maybe we shouldn't have get int here then on attributes. Okay, is it fine now? Are you happy with the comment? This is okay then. Yeah, because we have to do the conversion. Apparently not. There was more things. Are you happy with this thing now? Should we merge this? This seems fine, Skylar, yeah? This seems fine. We'll merge it. So then it's just the canvas widget that sucks and has to be rewritten. We can't do the jam without the canvas widget. But we can't do the jam with the canvas widget as it is. So we have to do something about that. Then I think maybe we can release this. What do you mean branch could not be deleted? Okay then. Okay. Look how many beautiful forks we have. Look at all them forks. I don't have any forks, damn it. It's slow, Doddy. It's slow. I don't know how we can make it faster. But I'm sure we can. But it is slow. And I don't love that. But, Doddy, did you see the change that just went up? You can now request external states in your application. So if you want to, you can pass in values into components. And then you can ask for those values inside the component. So here we have two components. We have the cursor component and we have the index component. And the index component is using the cursor. And I'm overriding the x value here, right? If I do this and I run this, then I broke it. All right, cool. What? Alright, I didn't save the file, that's why. So here, It's on dev. So if I get this x value here, I'm going to get nothing. But if I pass in a value for x from the outside, right? And I'll run this now. I can get that value. So if we do this and we don't print because that's dumb to do here. All right. See, I can override values. Although technically x should be saying inner. I don't know why it says 0. I think I had an unsaved something rather. And then I want to run it at 1 frames per second. Why does it say... Oh yeah, because we have a state called x on there. All right, let's give it a different value. So now... Wait, why is diff... Okay, now it says inner. If I now override diff here, that works. You can now override the value, and any value that you override is available from the context by calling get external. Does that work without declaring x in the component? Yes. You can literally pass in any value you want in here. I can pass in nonsense, which is hello world. Okay. And we're not going to use nonsense in this template. We're just going to pass it in. So here, if I get this, I can do this, right? Okay. And we can see what the value is now. Right? It's hello world. And that's coming from outside of the component. So you can now pass in configuration values to a component, and you can also use default in the component, right? But you will only have access to this value if it's coming from the outside, right? If it's not coming from the outside, then this would panic, right? If I take nonsense away from here, this will panic. It's very useful. So the canvas widget is the next thing that we need to do. But once that's done, I think we're ready to maybe merge this with main and do the jam with this thing. I don't know if we're going to put on crates.io yet. Maybe we put on crates.io as an alpha or something. Or just override the old shit that's there, right? But the canvas widget has to be fixed. It is slow. Actually, you know what? I don't know what makes it slow. Is it iterating over the cells that makes it slow? Why is this thing slow? Maybe we just need to copy the buffer over to this thing from the backend. And we just name this something different. Yeah, so if we took the buffer from the TUI backend in here, we could possibly make do with that, right? If we took this buffer object, then we might be able to... Actually, let's have a look at this thing with a bit more space. Is it the screen maybe that we want? It is not the screen. But we do need 2 buffers. I think put glyph is expensive, is it? Yeah, it's gonna be, where is the diff happening? This is what we need to do. We need to have diff and changes. So how are changes computed? No, we're passing in. Okay, this is computing the changes. And then we can draw the changes. Well, it doesn't matter how many times per second you do it, right? It's the act of drawing it for tens of thousands of characters. But drawing tens of thousands of characters is going to be... That's going to be a lot of iterations. Calling... And like a lot. How big is your terminal? But either way, I think if we just expose the buffer, we can use the buffer and the diff. So we could return the diff. So we can draw into this buffer, and then we would just diff this and send the changes instead. But that seems kind of nonsensical, because we're just drawing from one buffer to another. Honestly, I don't know, right? I have to eat some food and come back to this thing. So should we go eat some food then before I die? And we'll come back to this thing afterwards. But once this is done, we can start... No, calculating the diff isn't expensive. That's just comparing the cells that are there. So what this thing does is generate the thing that we are going to call put glyph with. So this might end up generating nothing. You still have to go through it. I honestly don't know. I don't know if this is going to be expensive or not. It is going through everything in there, right? Now, we could write like a test. But if we do this... Whoops. If we do this, there's a chance the compiler is just going to optimize this away, right? So let's create some cells here. That is a vec that's going to start off at 0. And we're going to do this 200 by 64, right? Let's do 200 by 100 then, right? Let's really go to town with this. That's a big... that's a big enough buffer. All right. So for... And we have to do this in the right order, otherwise this doesn't work, right? I am very hungry. I think this will probably just be optimized away. Yeah, so that's the thing. I also wanted the canvas to be an infinite canvas. We could do that. We could make the canvas an infinite canvas, but then... So what becomes expensive is drawing all over the canvas. But what becomes really cheap is drawing small bits on the canvas. But if we have to go through the entire canvas, it's going to be expensive either way. So the index is going to be x plus y times width. That seems right to you? I think it is. Cells index is equal to 1. if we make it small, and then we just dump out the cells. Now it's too big. Okay, this has worked. This is drawn all over it. Okay, this will just be a bunch of ones. Too many ones. So this isn't a really good way of measuring anything, but we're going to use this for now because it's a way of measuring something. So just the iteration itself takes 263 microseconds. Neurosep, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Neurosep. It's very kind of you. A whole year, huh? Ain't that beautiful? Thank you so much. I'm sitting here starving to death. Now I can go and get some sandwiches. I don't know if I'll get sandwiches. Right, 70 nanoseconds. It's not expensive to do this, right? If we make this thing vastly bigger, we make this thing 1 million cells. 13 milliseconds. However, well, okay, so it clearly optimized the whole thing away. But if we tell it that it's not allowed to optimize it away, we can't print cells there. We can say cells.length. All right. $80 nanoseconds. It's all good. I appreciate it either way. Okay, that's better. All right. So it's funny. You can see the optimization happening here, right? Since we don't use any of the values, Rust's going to be like, whatever, nerd, and throw it away. It's going to keep the length though. But if we actually try to access this thing, all of a sudden our 70 nanoseconds becomes microseconds. But that is still quite fast for 1 million cells. What if we do... that? Will this have any impact on it? Not really. What's Tractor? We just make fun of tractor pilots here, also known as C programs. We don't make fun of C programs. We make funnies here and say that C programmers are tractor programmers because all programmers wants to become farmers. And we have some programmers in this community who also have tractors and Don Hull. No, but it has that terminal that big anyway. Today, Caleb, today. Okay, well, I think this is fine. This gives us a timing that isn't too bad. So I wonder if the diffing should be okay. What if we take this one step further and we make the diff function public and we make the buffer public? Which it already is. So can I access the buffer from here? Yes. Can I access the diff function from here? No. Alright, this library in particular is not allowed to have any code that isn't documented. But now We can cargo add, and we should now be able to create a buffer here. Yeah, we have a few different buffers, so but here we are, right? Diff. Right. All right, so we need to pass in the size. So we're going to pass in the width and the height to this buffer. Forget cells. And what can we do with a buffer? We're going to have a new and an old buffer. Okay, how do we operate on the buffer? We can just do a put of a cell at a position, or a put car. At a position. Maybe put cell. Cool, I don't think it matters. I think that's entirely a personal preference. Is the cell public? It is not. We need the cell to be public. Ooh, Nelly. Maybe not. Maybe the cell should not be public. So put car at a given position. Then we can do this. And we can do a put car here, where we have a local position of X and Y. Okay. So how long does it take to fill this thing compared to before? Now there's a chance again that we see no time. We're going to see some pretty speedy times here. 6 milliseconds. Significantly slower than doing this. So it takes us 6 milliseconds to fill the buffer. I actually think that these things can become... I think there is such a thing as position.index self. You know what? I don't care, right? Yeah, there's a lot going on here. We have to merge styles and everything. There's no way you're gonna get around this. Filling up this thing is gonna take time. And I can only imagine how slow this is gonna be now. New buffer. Old buffer. And changes. Okay, change is private. We'll have to make that public. Okay, let's see how slow this is. Now, we're running this in debug mode. "12 milliseconds. That's your entire frame budget. Is more than your entire... No, it's your entire frame budget at 60 frames per second. You have 16.6 milliseconds. This is taking up 12.5. Now, this is obviously talking about a particularly large buffer here, of course, right? It's a very large buffer. Yeah, so what actually happens, Doddy, is that this will be your first frame, and then maybe your second frame once you've done the changes. Once you've called this diff function, you will only draw the changes. And so the changes should be cleared after this. So if we find where this is being used, so we check if we have changes. If we do, then we draw the changes and then we clear the changes, right? Oh, the merge will do nothing. It's just bit flags, though. It's probably not going to be worth doing an if statement as compared to just doing the merge. The styles and characters store in a tuple. Because if you draw a thing on top of another thing with a different style, right? What if you draw something with a black background and white text, and then you draw something on top of it that is just a black background? Then you have to change the background of it. Things can work in multiple layers because of Z indices or C stacks. But that's not where the bottleneck is. I don't think that's the concern that we need to have, right? They do space nade. Every cell has its own background and foreground. So this will only be slow if we're updating the entire buffer every frame, right? So if we were to drain the changes and reset the buffer. So this we can probably speed up. Instead of doing a clone here. Actually, yeah, we do have to clone. Because we have to make sure that they are the same. So this is going to be frame 1. And in frame 1, we're doing all the heavy lifting. In frame 2, we are gonna make, so we're gonna diff, we're gonna drain changes. And we're gonna say that old buffer is equal to new buffer dot clone. Okay. If we do this in a for loop, instead, well, we can look at it like this. So if I now make some changes, yeah, let's do this in a for loop. We make 3 frames happen here. So we're gonna time this thing. We're gonna put a character, but we're only gonna do this once. So this is our initialization. which we still have to time. Which is when we fill up the entire frame, right? Now we're just gonna make some changes for every one of these things, right? We're gonna fill up a portion of the buffer with what's here in this eye here, right? So we're gonna draw the frame. And we're gonna create new changes. We don't need to create new changes. Changes is reuse memory. We have to do that. So let's do the actual changes now. So here's where we're gonna do the drawing. So we're gonna say new buffer, put car, X, no, Y will be sufficient. We're never gonna print this out anyway. We just need something. And the position is going to equal to a local position where we take an X value of 30 and then we multiply that by I, and a Y value of 123 and we multiply that by I. And we do 10 changes. So now we have a different output here. It's still expensive. Even though we just draw 10 random things across it. I don't think we have enough samples to actually run. Yeah, we have to. Oh my god, do some math for fuck's sake. Okay, just 3 and 3. All right. So we're gonna try to benchmark this thing or flame graph this thing. We just have to set a release profile to have debug equals true, or we won't get any of the debug symbols. We might, if we're lucky, get enough samples. Okay, so it didn't care at all that we did this. It's the diff function. Of course, we could change this so the diff function doesn't go through the buffers. Mind you, the buffer is 1 million cells. Okay, this is not close to what your terminal is. I think Skylar had 200 by 64, right? Which puts us in the microsecond space. Although we do have an out of bounds on that. All right, let's forget this multiplication business. It's not going to have any impact on it. We just do I plus N and move on with it. No shit, don't do that. Oh my god, Tommel. There we go. So if we're talking about this size, then this is fine. All right. Yes, you could have many canvases, and with a C stack, you could have many canvases drawn on top of each other. You might be actually doing layers, which, by the way, That's a super cool idea, Dottie. To have a background and a foreground layer to draw on. So you can draw things like a map. Yeah, Tanak, I don't trust AI to do anything. Drawing the same canvas multiple times is fine because there are no changes to draw. So your changes will be nothing, right? So on put car, mark it as dirty, then you no longer need to diff it. We could do that. We could mark it as dirty. So we store a list of dirty cells inside the buffer. So a buffer really just has changes here. And this is just a vec of local positions, right? This could potentially speed it up. This code, by the way, was written in 2022, and that's not even right. This code was written before 2022. This code was probably written in 2020 or 2021. Yeah, I think maybe that's what we'll do. We could try to have this kind of change set here. Then we don't need two buffers. It's almost 10 years ago, Bean Juice. It's almost 10 years ago. Okay, so if we store the local changes, then we just drain these things. What does a change look like though? We actually have to generate the change when we write. So it's not as simple as just storing which positions have changed. We actually have to store the change itself. Because we can remove and we can do an insert. So we're also storing an option of a style for that. Could optimize the capacity to be max width times height. I don't understand that. I think that is already done. But we cannot say that this thing has a capacity of width times height, Dottie. If you remove a cell 3 times, then we have to have 3 changes for that to happen, right? And that's right. That's right, we do. Unless we make some other changes and we just store the changes on the buffer. So we might be able to do this. Where things gets a little bit strange is when we have things called a continuation cell. A continuation cell is what's required for dealing with multi-width Unicode character. Well, this is the final buffer. This is the screen buffer. So there are no layers here. So that is not an issue. I think we might try this after lunch. I'm really hungry. What should we eat, though? That is the question. So we don't store two buffers and diff them. Instead, we write the changes into a list that we drain at the end of the frame. If you eat too much bread, you turn into a sandwich. I read this on the internet, so it's true. All right, I'm completely flogged, right? That I need to go and lay down and eat bread, or that's not at all. I'm not going to do any of those two things. I need to go and function as a human somewhere. Food, that's what we're looking for, right? So we're going to pass it on to Uncle Scientist for now. It's been fun. Once the canvas is done, then we can set a date for the jam. Okay? All right. I'm going to go and eat some food. Bye for now.